Chapter 649. This time, Mu Yu was transported to a space filled with rows and rows of candles. The candlelight flickered, swaying left and right. The candles didn't have bases. They all floated in the air, layer by layer. He couldn't see the top, nor could he see his surroundings. As far as the eye could see, all he could see were the burning candles. What is this place? Mu Yu looked around. He tried to fly upwards for a while, but even after a quarter of an hour, he couldn't see any exit. He was still surrounded by countless candles. Mu Yu believed that these candles were some kind of array formation. The floating candles were arranged in a very orderly manner, but when he tried to think about it carefully, he was confused. He couldn't see anything at all. It didn't seem like a formation. What did you just see? At that moment, specks of yellow light floated out from the candlelight. Gradually, they formed Enlightened Master Xian Jiz's image around Mu Yu. He appeared in front of Mu Yu. Enlightened Master Xian Jizi looked deeply at Mu Yu. His eyes shone with a strange light. What memory is it this time? Having experienced so many battles, Mu Yu wasn't too surprised by Enlightened Master Xian Jiz's sudden appearance. He was already mentally prepared to deal with any unexpected situations. At the same time, he looked around to see who Enlightened Master Xian Jizi was talking to. "It's just you and me here, isn't it?" said Enlightened Master Xian Jizi. Mu Yu's mouth fell open. He thought the Enlightened Master Xian Jizi in front of him was just an image. Now it seemed that this was Enlightened Master Xian Jizi's remaining consciousness. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Senior, I saw how the Sand Eagle Demon King and the White Ape Demon King were sealed. Can the others who entered the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda see these images too?" Enlightened Master Xian Jizi smiled and said, "Others can't see it. I'm the one who showed it to you. You've seen Akatsuki before, and your Lord Sword Shadow Dust Wind's disciple. You have his sword spirit by your side, and you're also the leader of the Formation Glyph School. That's why I think you need to know more about the past." Mu Yu nodded thoughtfully, but there were still many things he did not understand. What kind of existence is the Moon Clan? Why did they want to destroy the second heaven? What is the White Ape Demon King resisting? Daoist Master Xian Jizi stretched out his hand and lightly swiped across the air. A few candles flew over and revolved around his fingertips. The Moon Clan is not something from this world. This involves the secrets of the second heaven and the third heaven. Of course, there are also connections to other worlds. I don't know what the Moon Clan is, because they are too powerful. The Akatsuki you saw was only one of their soldiers. I'm afraid only your master knows about this. But master has been framed by a scoundrel, and he will soon. Mu Yu clenched his teeth and briefly explained the matter of the threefold palace and the immortal confining prison. Daoist Master Xian Jizi was silent for a long time, then said, "I didn't know that the current palace lord of the threefold palace would do such a thing. The threefold palace was originally responsible for the survival of the human race. In my time, the threefold palace did not rely on soul power. According to Daoist Master Xian Jizi's description, 5,000 years ago, the threefold palace was still on the side of justice. He just did not understand why it had changed now. The human heart is the most difficult thing in the world to understand. 1,000 years is enough to change the sea into mulberry fields. Righteousness can also become evil." Daoist Master Xian Jizi sighed. "Senior, please point me in the right direction. How can I find the threefold palace?" Mu Yu asked earnestly. "The threefold palace is at the entrance of reincarnation. They are responsible for guarding all the dead humans so that they can safely enter reincarnation and be reborn. They are equivalent to the emissaries of souls," Daoist Master Xian Jizi said. "How can I find the entrance to reincarnation?" Mu Yu was slightly shocked. Even his master, Zhenying Chen Feng, had said that reincarnation was an extremely mysterious power. Back then, the 5 spirit lords Yu Meng had been sent into reincarnation by him, attaching themselves to the bodies of Mu Yu and the others, who should have died prematurely. The threefold palace guarded the entrance to reincarnation. It was no wonder that they could obtain the power of any dead person on the threefold continent. "You can find it by following the soul," Daoist Master Xian Jizi said softly. Mu Yu clenched his fists. There are two extremely powerful formations placed on your body. One of them is a protection given to you at the cost of one's life. The blood shield obscures the heavens, allowing you to avoid the power of reincarnation. The other is an extremely complicated sealing formation. Even I am unable to undo it. Daoist Master Shen Jizzy frowned. Mu Yu thought of Daoist Master Shen Jizzy's domain of formations. He hurriedly asked, "Senior, is there any ability that can heal the soul?" He showed the soul anchor formation on the jade pendant to Daoist Master Shen Jizzy. Within it, the wound on Deadwood Daddy's chest was still ghastly. Daoist Master Shen Jizzy stared at the soul anchor formation in shock. Who invented this formation? Mu Yu sighed. The person inside the formation. Daoist Master Shen Jizzy's eyes revealed a trace of amazement. This formation is incredible. It's far more powerful than the soul-controlling techniques used by the people of the Gate of Hell. It has many unique uses. This is the first time I've seen them. Senior, are you able to save him? He's extremely important to me. Mu Yu bowed again. Daoist Master Shen Jizzy thought for a moment, then said, "To heal the soul, you'll have to do what the people of the Gate of Hell do and extract the souls of others to heal yourself. Otherwise, you'll have to use an extremely powerful magic treasure. The most precious treasure of the people of the Gate of Hell, soul transference." Soul transference. Mu Yu was extremely shocked. This was because the people of the Gate of Hell were also looking for this item. "Senior, do you have a magic treasure called soul transference?" Mu Yu recalled that Gui Han had entered the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda to search for this item. Didn't that mean soul transference had fallen into Daoist Master Shen Jizzy's hands? However, Daoist Master Shen Jizzy shook his head. "That belongs to the people of the Gate of Hell. I don't have it." Mu Yu looked at Daoist Master Shen Jizzy in confusion. If Daoist Master Shen Jizzy said he didn't have it, then what was Gui Han looking for? The people of the Gate of Hell came here to search for soul transference, but they seem to have lost it. Mu Yu told Daoist Master Shen Jizzy what he'd heard that day. Daoist Master Shen Jizzy's expression slowly turned serious. "I understand. It seems they're planning to return to the past to search for soul transference." "Return to the past? That's possible." Mu Yu's eyes widened. Daoist Master Shen Jizzy nodded. One of the abilities of the Skypierce reincarnation seal is to return to the past. What? Mu Yu's jaw dropped. He'd been holding the Skypierce reincarnation seal this morning. Originally, he didn't know how to use it, but he didn't expect it to have such a heaven-defying ability. He suddenly thought of something. If he used the Skypierce reincarnation seal to return to the moment when his master had set up the immortal confining prison, all he had to do was go back and tell his master that he couldn't trust the three-layered palace. Then, his master wouldn't have lost his cultivation, and there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Deadwood Daddy wouldn't have been in trouble. With his master's cultivation, he could have prevented everything that happened today. Wasn't that perfect? Changing the past is very dangerous, Daoist Master Shen Jizzy continued, his expression solemn. Dangerous? Mu Yu didn't understand. Everything in this world moves forward. Once something in the past is changed, then everything else is likely to change. You can't predict what will happen in another timeline. Even the person who went back to change time will die. That way, the past won't be changed. Thus, the past can't be changed. It can only be seen, Daoist Master Shen Jizzy said. Can't be changed? Mu Yu thought for a long time, and quickly understood. It was like if he went back to the past and accidentally killed his newborn self, then he wouldn't have grown up, and he wouldn't have come here. He wouldn't have been able to go back to the past, so he wouldn't have been able to kill himself. This was a paradox. Thus, to a certain extent, time couldn't be changed. Mu Yu remembered what Gui Yezi had said to Gui Pei Ming before entering the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. You don't need to interfere with anything. You just need to watch from the sidelines. So that was what Gui Yezi meant back then. When Gui Laochi was in the Sea Demon King's palace, he was tricked by Mu Yu into revealing the truth. It seemed that the soul return to the heart had been stolen by someone. Perhaps even the people of Hell's Gate did not know who this person was. Gui Laochi cherished his life and wanted to return to the past to investigate this person's true identity. Presumably, the people from the Gate of Hell also knew that the past couldn't be changed. That was why Gui Yezi had told Gui Peiming not to waste his energy trying to change anything. He just needed to find out who had stolen their sect's most precious treasure, soul conversion. In short, this involves a very difficult phenomenon to explain. Even if you go back to the past, you won't be able to change anything. You won't be able to leave a trace in the past, but you can see what happened in the past from a bystander's point of view and change the future, Daoist Master Shen Jizi said. I can't change the past, but I can change the future. That's really strange, Mu Yu said. What Daoist Master Shen Jizi said about changing the future was easy to explain. For example, if a person was killed, and the killer's methods were clean and tidy, there was no way to find the killer. The killer continued to kill, and many more people would die. But if after the killer killed a person, someone went back to the past and saw the killer's appearance, then they could come back and catch the killer. That way, no one else would die at the killer's hands, and the people who were killed would live. Their survival was equivalent to changing the future. However, the future was something that hadn't happened in the first place. No one could say for sure how seeing the past would change the future. All they could say was that going back to the past would make the future even more unstable. This was because going back to the past and discovering dusty truths could change many people's decisions. Sometimes, it could lead things to the point of no return. The people from the Gate of Hell should be able to find the floor where the Skyspill reincarnation seal is. The Skyspill reincarnation seal can be opened in the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. If the people from the Gate of Hell want to know where soul conversion is, this treasure might change many things. You should do your best to stop them from going back to the past. Daoist Master Shen Jizi said. Me? Stop them? Senior, can't you stop them yourself? Mu Yu asked. Daoist Master Shen Jizi shook his head. I'm just a remnant of my consciousness. I don't have the power to do anything, and I can't leave this place. I can only show you a few things, but I can't stop what happens next. Senior, can you tell me which floor the Skyspill reincarnation seal is on? Mu Yu asked. When he used the Skyspill reincarnation seal to open the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda, it had disappeared. He had no idea where it had gone. Mu Yu and the others had been randomly teleported away. He couldn't see where the others were. The Skyspill reincarnation seal is on the 81st floor. You're currently on the 27th floor. You'll have to go there yourself. There's not much I can do, and my consciousness is about to disappear. Daoist Master Shen Jizi's figure slowly faded away, leaving only his voice echoing in the candlelight. If you're Lord Sword Shadow Dustwind's disciple, then you should shoulder the responsibility of protecting this world. I won't just hand the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda over to you. If you want to control the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda, you'll have to rely on your own strength. If you can't do that, then you can't talk about protecting the third heaven. Mu Yu shouted, then where is the exit to this floor? Chapter 650. Little Commander, you knew about the heavenly reincarnation seal back then. What do you think of this matter? Mu Yu asked. I don't know. This old man is actually right. Many times, a careless decision can change the future. It can even lead to the destruction of the world, Little Commander said. Then, Little Commander suddenly changed to a low and hoarse voice. If many truths are destined to be hidden, then they shouldn't be known by others. Dragon Vine interrupted, Little Rat, why are you such a charlatan? That last sentence doesn't sound like your line. Little Commander puffed out his chest. Can't I become more literary? Dragon Vine curled his lips. You must have learned Jian Ying Chenfeng's words. However, I still don't understand. Why can't the past be changed? We can be careful and avoid killing people. Are you stupid? Let me give you an example. For example, if I went back in time and accidentally threw a huge rock in the middle of the road, causing a mortal granny to trip. At that moment, a pregnant lady happened to walk by and help the granny up. In the end, the granny insisted that the lady had knocked her down and started to extort money. The lady had no evidence that the granny tripped herself. Then, the government ordered the lady to pay 100 taels. The lady couldn't afford it and hung herself in anger. This pregnant lady originally wouldn't have died. Her 81st descendant was originally Mu Yu's mother. However, because the lady died and the child in her stomach was gone, Mu Yu's mother also ceased to exist. This way, Mu Yu also ceased to exist. Then, no one saved you, big earthworm, and you were refined into medicine. Why are you still talking nonsense with me? Mu Yu rolled his eyes and resisted the urge to smack him. Little commander, are you courting death? Do you have to use me as an example? Dragon Vine nodded thoughtfully. I understand. You really have a bad hand. You threw a rock randomly and ended up destroying Mu Yu. F***ck, is that the main point? I just listed a series of catastrophic events that a rock could cause. I could also have farted in the past and caused the climate of the third heaven to warm up, destroying the ecological balance of plants like you, Dragon Vine. If you can't live for 10,000 years, you don't have to appear here. How could such a thing be predicted? Therefore, the rule of the heavenly Tao is that the past cannot be changed. Otherwise, many things will contradict themselves. Little Commander scolded. Although Little Shuai was a little muddle-headed, he still understood a lot of things. All right, let's hurry up and think of a way to get out of here. Mu Yu sat down cross-legged and began to ponder Adept Xianjiz's words. The direction of the heart was the exit. Mu Yu slowly calmed himself down. He looked at the sky full of candlelight and quickly understood how to get out. The flickering candlelight flickered in his heart, and then gradually transformed into 2 large doors. At the door, there was a little handsome hanging upside down, drooling, picking its nose, and scratching its butt. This was the exit that Mu Yu had imagined, and he could transform the exit into anything he wanted. However, the words 27 were written on the door, indicating that this was the 27th floor of the Yao ceiling pagoda. This was something Mu Yu could not change. Mu Yu, why are you making fun of me? Little Shuai shouted in dissatisfaction. I'm not making fun of you. You're usually like this. Mu Yu laughed, and then led Little Shuai and Long Teng toward the door. He didn't know which floor the door led to, but Mu Yu guessed that the door on the left would lead up, and the door on the right would lead down. If he really went in the wrong direction, he could just go back again. If he wanted to go to the 81st floor, he had to go up. This time, he really stepped onto a floor that looked decent. At least he could see the 20-meter-tall ceiling. It was a little too high, and he could see the windows around him. But before he could steady himself, a cold voice came from the side. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Last time, you were lucky enough to escape. Let's see where you're going this time. Long Xingyun also appeared on this floor. This tower has a total of 99 floors. I can't believe I'm running into you here. Mu Yu looked at Long Xingyun with disgust. Seeing a bastard makes me feel bad again. Long Ting also stood on Mu Yu's shoulder with a look of disgust. Long Xingyun's face twisted. Long Teng's words hurt his self-esteem, but the real dragon's bloodline was right in front of him. As long as he could catch Long Teng, extract Long Teng's bloodline, and merge it with his body, he would become the successor of the Azure Dragon dynasty. Just thinking about it made him crazy. You're dead today, Long Xingyun said fiercely. Oh my god. The bad guy's opening line is the same. So annoying. Don't you know that Long Yeli was beaten to a pulp by me? If you want to die, then come over. If you don't want to die, then get out of my way. I don't have time to play house with you. Mu Yu saw the stairs on the other side of the tower. It was the passage to the next floor. Long Xingyun laughed coldly. Yeli lost to you because he was careless. By the way, let me tell you something. My true strength is much stronger than his. Long Xingyun yelled, and his aura skyrocketed. A powerful green dragon scale appeared in his hand, and he stuck it on his forehead. The green dragon scale seemed to contain an enormous amount of spiritual energy. It instantly raised Long Xingyun's cultivation to a whole new level. Long Xingyun, who was originally at the severed soul stage, had reached the body integration stage. Isn't that the scale on the big earthworm? Little Marshall asked curiously. Long Ting was shocked. The scale has the same aura as me, but it's stronger than me. Of course it's stronger than you. This is the dragon scale vital energy that my grandfather gave to me. My grandfather is a real dragon. I am his descendant. I am the most qualified to inherit his position, not an outsider like you. Long Xingyun's aura surged. The dragon scale seemed to have injected endless dragon clan vital energy into him. It made his aura extremely powerful. It really overshadowed Long Yeli's aura. It seemed like the Green Dragon Monster King valued Long Xingyun, who had 90% true dragon bloodline. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given Long Xingyun a dragon scale that contained his own Jin Yuan. Such a precious item was quite rare in the dragon race. Long Xingyun wouldn't have been willing to use it under normal circumstances. Once his vital energy was used up, it would be gone. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to capture Long Ting and absorb her bloodline to become a real dragon, he wouldn't have taken it out. Mu Yu had to be careful. Long Xingyun had used the dragon scale vital energy from the Green Dragon Monster King to increase his cultivation by so much. He was probably as strong as Gui Cherishing Life. When Mu Yu was fighting Gui Cherishing Life, he used his cultivation technique to restrain Gui Cherishing Life. However, when it came to Long Xingyun, he didn't have any advantage. Looks like I have no choice. I can only find a way to skin him and pull out his tendons. Mu Yu grabbed He Lienkong's soul weapon. His powerful soul power instantly enveloped him and raised his aura to the form synthesis stage. As he spoke, Long Xingyun's hands turned into dragon claws and pounced at Mu Yu. Mu Yu's array runes appeared from his hands and covered his body. The shadow swords flew out from the ripples in the void. Sword chi shot out in all directions and met Long Xingyun's black dragon claws. The shadow swords and the dragon claws clashed with each other. A terrifying aura swept out and hit the walls of the demon ceiling pagoda. However, the demon ceiling pagoda was intact. This kind of treasure was not something that a form synthesis stage cultivator could destroy. Mu Yu could feel the powerful energy from Long Xingyun. He couldn't help but admire the Green Dragon Monster King. A small piece of dragon scale could increase Long Xingyun's strength by so much. It was really amazing. Long Xingyun's claws were like fine iron. They could even tear the air apart. He was very fast and reached for Mu Yu's throat. Many members of the demon clan were best at close combat. After all, their bodies were demon beasts. Their physiques were incomparably strong, several levels higher than humans. Therefore, close combat was their favorite way of fighting. However, Mu Yu's close combat was not weak either. After all, he was a swordsman. He dodged the claw and kicked Long Xingyun's knee. He turned around and went behind Long Xingyun. He stabbed Long Xingyun's shoulder. Long Xingyun sneered. He didn't even try to defend himself. He just let Mu Yu stab him. Just as Mu Yu's sword was about to hit Long Xingyun's body flashed with a green light. The dragon scale on his forehead moved to his shoulder. The scale on his shoulder blocked Mu Yu's shadow swords. Long Xingyun took the opportunity to grab Mu Yu's leg. Mu Yu turned his leg in the air and kicked Long Xingyun's face. However, Long Xingyun's dragon scale flashed again and blocked Mu Yu's kick. Mu Yu felt like he had kicked a steel plate. A huge force came from his leg. To make matters worse, Long Xingyun grabbed Mu Yu's leg with his right claw. A strong tearing force spread all over Mu Yu's leg. A powerful dragon essence entered Mu Yu's body. Damn, this guy is not bad. Mu Yu's meridians were violently impacted by the strange dragon essence. Even though his meridians were tyrannical, several of them were still broken. If it weren't for the black and white spirit chi that quickly poured out to dissolve the dragon essence, perhaps he would have been seriously injured. The dragon essence didn't come from Long Xingyun. It came from the Green Dragon Monster King's dragon scale. It was just a piece of Green Dragon Monster King's dragon scale, but it already had such terrifying power. Die! Long Xingyun sneered. His left claw was already swinging down. Mu Yu's foot was grabbed, and he couldn't move. His hand immediately formed a green formation. Wind flower grafting tree formation. A black formation vortex appeared under Long Xingyun's left dragon claw. At this moment, Long Xingyun's claw had already landed on the black vortex. At the same time, a white vortex appeared above Long Xingyun's right hand. A powerful claw force came out of the white vortex and returned all of Long Xingyun's claw force to himself. The green dragon scale appeared on Long Xingyun's right hand again and blocked his attack. However, the powerful dragon essence still knocked his hand away from Mu Yu. Mu Yu finally broke free and quickly put some distance between him and Long Xingyun. "Good one, kid. You really are something." Long Xingyun waved his hand arrogantly and crushed the 2 rune vortexes created by Mu Yu. Then, he charged at Mu Yu again. With the Green Dragon Monster King's dragon scale, Long Xingyun didn't need to worry about defense. He only needed to attack. No matter where Mu Yu hit him, the dragon scale would block the attack for him. Mu Yu couldn't just attack and not defend like Long Xingyun. "Damn it, this guy is just a fox pretending to be a tiger," Long Ting said in disdain. "Say, Long Ting, his dragon scale is so powerful. When will you give me one? I can fight as fearlessly as him." To be honest, Mu Yu was quite envious of Long Ting. "Okay, I'll give you a few more when I grow up." Long Ting was very generous. Chapter 651. As he spoke, Long Xingyun pounced at Mu Yu again. With a sharp palm strike, he arrived before Mu Yu in an instant. Mu Yu refused to believe it. His body had been refined by the black and white spiritual energy of the netherworld grass. Every time he was injured, his body would become stronger. How could it be weaker than Long Xingyun's dragon claw? Mu Yu gathered the black and white spiritual energy in his body. 1 black and 1 white spiritual energy occupied each of his hands. His right hand was covered in a white glow. His life force was trembling violently. Without the restriction of the death aura, it needed to be released quickly. Otherwise, Mu Yu's arm would explode. Long Xingyun's right hand was also glowing with a strong green glow. He smiled evilly and transferred the dragon scale to his fist. The powerful dragon scale contained the dragon cloud of a true dragon. It was extremely powerful and indestructible. In Long Xingyun's opinion, no matter how powerful Mu Yu's sword skills were, his body was no match for his. Seeing that Mu Yu wanted to fight him head-on, Long Xingyun sneered in his heart. He increased the power in his fist again. Spiritual energy gathered in his fist and flowed continuously. He threw a punch. Boom! The air in the air was stirred up violently. It was as if it was being squeezed and exploded violently. With the help of the dragon scale, Long Xingyun's strength had reached a terrifying level. Long Xingyun could already imagine the scene of Mu Yu's right hand cracking inch by inch. He even wanted to crush Mu Yu's arm and break all the bones in his body in an instant so that Mu Yu could no longer interfere with his plan of obtaining the true dragon bloodline. At the same time, Mu Yu's fist, which was filled with boundless life force, was swung out and collided with Long Xingyun's. Bang! 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 A series of earth-shattering collisions rang out like a chain reaction. Violent spiritual energy exploded from the center of their fists. If it weren't for the fact that the Tower of Demon Subduing Pagoda was incomparably sturdy, this attack would have been enough to turn the entire area into ruins. Long Xingyun and Mu Yu both quickly backed away. Their fists collided, but no one had the upper hand. However, Long Xingyun's heart was in turmoil. His fist was filled with his grandpa's dragon scale vital energy. How could he only be evenly matched with Mu Yu? Not only was this guy's sword skills amazing, but his body was also this strong. Mu Yu rotated his wrist. He was also quite concerned about Xingyun's dragon scale. He rarely used his physical body when fighting with others because he had extremely powerful swordsmanship and array techniques. He didn't need to fight with others at all. Today's clash with Long Xingyun was only on a whim. But facing the strengthened Long Xingyun, he didn't have the upper hand at all. Even the strength of this guy's physical body is so strong. Long Xingyun frowned. The Green Dragon Monster King's dragon scale returned to the center of his forehead, making him look even more demonic. The white and black light on Mu Yu's right hand alternated. The black light was filled with death chi, and the white light was filled with life chi. They intertwined and restricted each other. Suddenly, a bold idea came to his mind. It seems like your dragon scales are only SOSO. I thought your dragon race was more powerful. Mu Yu said with a smile. Mu Yu, you're wrong. We true dragons are very powerful. It's just that this bastard is embarrassing us. Long Ting didn't hide the disdain in his heart. Every time Long Xingyun heard the word bastard, he would be furious. It was something the dragons didn't want to admit. They did everything they could to become a pure true dragon. But after so many years, other than the Green Dragon Monster King, no other true dragon had appeared. In order to become a true dragon, gain the Green Dragon Monster King's approval, and become the leader of the Green Dragon dynasty, Long Xingyun did everything he could. He even killed his own kind to absorb their blood to make his true dragon bloodline stronger. Now that he saw Mu Yu with a true dragon, how could he let it go? If I catch you, I'll be a true dragon. Long Xingyun snorted. His dragon claw glowed with a powerful green light again, and he swung his fist at Mu Yu again. Mu Yu reached out his right hand. This time, his right hand was no longer glowing with white light. Instead, it was glowing with a deadly black light. The black light flickered as if it was going to erode everything around it, including Mu Yu's own right hand. Before the black light could devour Mu Yu's right hand, Mu Yu's right hand turned into a palm energy and met Long Xingyun's fist head-on. When the fist and palm collided, the black light in Mu Yu's right hand stopped devouring his right hand. Instead, it turned to devour Long Xingyun's fist energy. Long Xingyun was shocked. He realized that his fist had once again landed in a bottomless pit. Not only that, but the dragon essence in his body was also being sucked away by Mu Yu's right hand. The black light on Mu Yu's fist was like a powerful whirlpool. Long Xingyun couldn't even pull his fist back in time. What did you do to me? Long Xingyun roared in anger. You'll understand. The deadly aura in Mu Yu's right hand devoured all of Long Xingyun's fist energy. At the same time, his left hand lit up with a dazzling white light. A surge of dragon essence surged in the white light as he smashed it at Long Xingyun's chest. Bang! Long Xingyun felt his chest tighten as a powerful force slammed into it. But what shocked him was that the force came from the dragon scale itself. The power of the dragon scale was used on him, but the dragon scale he was relying on was on his fist. It was sucked in by Mu Yu and couldn't be moved in time. In the blink of an eye, a few of Long Xingyun's ribs were broken. He was sent flying and crashed into the wall of the Yarrow ceiling tower, then fell to the ground. Using the black and white spiritual energy like this is much more powerful than using the wind-wind technique alone. Mu Yu's right hand was seriously corroded by the deadly aura. It was even broken. But the life force was already healing his damaged hand. This was the first time he took the initiative to use the black and white spiritual energy separately. He temporarily blocked the white spiritual energy from flowing into his right hand and covered it with the deadly aura. The deadly aura could devour everything, so it also devoured the power of Long Xingyun's powerful fist. Mu Yu then used the wind-wind technique to transfer the power to his left fist. His fist was already filled with the life force that was about to explode. Now that it had gathered his opponent's power, it would naturally be even more powerful. What Mu Yu did was actually very dangerous. The black and white spiritual energy in Mu Yu's body was in balance. If he stopped the white spiritual energy from flowing to his hand, then his hand would have to bear the brunt of the black spiritual energy's destructive power. If he wasn't careful, his hand would be devoured in an instant. He had to grasp the right time to use it. Otherwise, his hand would be destroyed before he could devour his opponent's attack. Long Xingyun got up angrily. As a shifter, his original form was a shifter. He also had the bloodline of the Green Dragon Shifter King. His physical fitness was top-notch. But Mu Yu broke his ribs with one punch. This was extremely humiliating, unforgivable. Long Xingyun roared. His bones began to crackle. His body rapidly changed. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into his original form. A black dragon python appeared in front of Mu Yu. At this time, the dragon scale vital energy had spread out evenly and covered his entire body. All the scales on his body had turned into the green dragon scales of the green dragon. The scales on his body looked exactly the same as Long Teng's. Bastard, how dare you defile my body? Mu Yu, beat him up. Long Teng was very angry. You want to defeat me? You're not strong enough. Long Xingyun suddenly straightened his body. A green light began to flow from his body. Then, the green light gradually gathered on top of his giant python head. The Dragonstar meteor snake opened its mouth and spat out a violent dragon breath. It turned into countless sharp snake fangs in the air and shot toward Mu Yu. F***ck, I can't take it anymore. Mu Yu, let me teach him what a real dragon breath is. Long Ting saw that Long Xingyun's dragon breath was actually snake fangs. The proud true dragon couldn't take it anymore. His body suddenly expanded. The wind heart linking array appeared under Mu Yu's feet and covered Long Teng. The shadow sword Qi soared into the sky. The biting cold sword Qi instantly turned into a majestic green dragon and was swallowed by Long Teng. Then, Long Teng's momentum rose. With the help of Mu Yu's spiritual energy, he also had the momentum of the form synthesis stage. Long Xingyun was also shocked by Long Teng's dragon form. He was really jealous. This was the body of a true dragon that he had always wanted. The final form that he had always dreamed of. Bastard, this is the real dragon breath. Long Teng opened his mouth and spat out a huge dragon breath. The dragon breath turned into thousands of small dragons in the air. They nimbly and excitedly collided with the snake fangs in the sky. Boom! The small dragons and the snake fangs collided. Long Teng and Long Xingyun were both knocked back. Mu Yu's hand also appeared. Runes appeared behind Long Teng and stabilized his body. Big earthworm, don't you usually turn your dragon breath into a sword? Why are there so many small earthworms today? Xiao Shuai yelled. Of course I have to use my noble dragon form to deal with a bastard. Let him know what a real true dragon is, humph. Long Teng said arrogantly. Mu Yu was speechless. Long Teng had just said that Long Xingyun was a fox who relied on Mu Yu's spiritual energy to forcibly increase his strength. But when Long Teng attacked, he also relied on Mu Yu's spiritual energy to forcibly increase his strength. However, Mu Yu wouldn't stop Long Teng from torturing him. He also didn't like how Long Xingyun was always eyeing Long Teng covetously. He had never taken the initiative to provoke Long Xingyun. Long Teng wanted to kill him for the true dragon bloodline. It wouldn't be too much to let Long Teng humiliate Long Xingyun. Looks like this is a battle for the dignity of the dragon race. I won't participate in the rest of the battle. Xiao Shuai, quickly prepare some melon seeds, fruits, and mineral water. Let's watch the show. Mu Yu waved his hand and retreated to the corner. Mu Ling had already turned into two small stools. Xiao Shuai had already dug out a pile of melon seeds. He threw a handful to Mu Yu and took out a red apple. Go big earthworm. Xiao Shuai cheered as he took a bite of the apple. Long Ting roared majestically. The dragon's roar was long and majestic. It was like a morning bell that struck Long Xingyun's heart. Long Xingyun felt an inexplicable tremble. Long Xingyun stared at Long Teng. The more he looked at Long Teng's body, the more excited he became. That perfect dragon body made his heart tremble. He wanted nothing more than to pounce on Long Teng and take it for himself. Long Teng felt uncomfortable under Long Xingyun's passionate gaze. He yelled, F***ck, is this B****** pervert? Why is he looking at me like that? Isn't the dragon race referring to the dragon race? Hurry up and pull out his tendons. Cut the crap, Xiao Shuai yelled. But my sexual orientation is very normal, Long Teng yelled. His entire body was like a sharp sword, piercing toward Long Xingyun. Chapter 652. When Dragon Vine used the wind heart linking formation, all of its spiritual power came from Mu Yu's body. Therefore, it didn't have to worry about running out of spiritual power. Instead, it was having a good time. After all, it was Mu Yu's spiritual power that was being drained. Although Mu Yu was watching from the side, he was also paying attention to Dragon Vine's condition. After all, Dragon Vine was only in the out-of-body stage. Even with Mu Yu's help, it would still be at a disadvantage when facing Long Xingyun. A true dragon and a false dragon collided, causing an earth-shattering sound to erupt. The dragon's might was vast and mighty as it surged forward, crashing into the surrounding pagoda. The formation under Mu Yu's feet surged, isolating all of the spiritual power. He wasn't affected by the two of them. Dragon Vine's spiritual power was obviously purer, but its spiritual power was slightly weaker. However, Mu Yu's formation kept him safe, so Dragon Vine wouldn't be defeated. The two dragons tangled together in the most primitive way in the air. Their sharp claws clashed with each other, creating a sharp whistling sound. The spiritual qi around them became extremely hot. Long Xingyun's fighting ability still had the upper hand. After all, he was the little prince of the dragon race. He had received systematic cultivation and was most familiar with primitive fighting. He had 90% of the real dragon bloodline. Other than his head, his entire body had turned into a real dragon. His fighting ability was already extraordinary. Dragon Vine had been following Mu Yu ever since it turned into a dragon. Other than bickering with little Shuai, it would absorb some of Mu Yu's spiritual power to cultivate. Usually, when it fought with beasts, it would only roar. It didn't have much fighting experience, so Dragon Vine was at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Dragon Vine had sword qi. In the process of fighting with Long Xingyun, Dragon Vine's body was very nimble and sharp. It could always turn danger into safety at the most appropriate moment. Big earthworm, use your horn to hit it. Its branches aren't as powerful as yours, little Shuai suggested loudly. Dragon Vine's horns were like two sharp spears covered in sword qi. They created a gust of wind in the air and went for Long Xingyun's neck. Long Xingyun was also relying on his dragon scale vital energy to protect himself. He completely ignored Dragon Vine's horns and grabbed the opportunity to grab Dragon Vine's neck. Kai! Dragon Vine's neck was scratched by Long Xingyun, leaving a deep gash. Even the tough dragon scales were shattered. However, when Dragon Vine's dragon horn touched Dragon Starfall, it only created a spark. Dragon Starfall was completely unscathed. Long Xingyun's claws were still stained with Dragon Vine's blood. It looked at the blood on its claws with fanaticism. In the end, it couldn't help but put its claws in its mouth and licked them. The blood of a true dragon tastes so good. F***ck, mother f***k. What a pervert. Dragon Vine was already humiliated by having his neck scratched. Now that Long Xingyun had provoked him, he was about to explode. It roared and unleashed a violent dragon breath. It turned into a long sword and pierced toward Long Xingyun with a powerful aura. Your sword can't hurt me, Long Xingyun sneered and swallowed Dragon Vine's dragon breath. Pure dragon essence. Not bad. Long Xingyun licked his lips. Little Shuai spat out the melon seeds in his mouth and said in shock, "Is he an idiot?" He even swallowed the giant earthworm's spit. Oh my god, I'm so disgusted. Dragon Vine realized that it couldn't do anything to Long Xingyun, whether it was physical combat or dragon breath. It was getting more and more frustrated. Its self-esteem had been greatly damaged. It was a true dragon, but it couldn't beat a fake dragon. It was extremely humiliating. I hate bastards the most. The Dragon Vine angrily roared. Its eyes were already suffused with a strange green light. A violent dragon essence suddenly soared from its body. This dragon essence was very chaotic. It rampaged within its body, impatiently wanting to find a breakthrough point to pour out. The wind-wind heart-linking formation allowed Mu Yu and Dragon Vine to communicate telepathically. Mu Yu didn't remember Dragon Vine having such a restless dragon essence. It seemed to be produced when Dragon Vine was angered. This dragon essence was too powerful. It was not something Dragon Vine could control. Hey, the giant earthworm seems to be evolving. Is it going to evolve? Little Shuai continued to eat his melon seeds curiously. Evolve? Mu Yu frowned. When Dragon Vine first transformed into a dragon, because it was in a weak stage, its cultivation was only equivalent to a nascent soul stage cultivator. After it fully recovered, its strength stabilized at the out-of-body stage. After that, it didn't improve anymore. Mu Yu guessed that Dragon Vine's strength improved slowly because true dragons were too powerful. The requirements for evolving were very harsh, which made it very difficult for them to break through. In the past, Mu Yu didn't care about Dragon Vine's strength. After all, he could deal with many things by himself. But now that the people of the Azure Dragon dynasty had their eyes on it, Dragon Vine couldn't continue to idle around. It had to have some ability to protect itself. If Dragon Vine could evolve in today's battle, it would naturally be the best thing. A powerful green light burst out from the Dragon Vine's body. Every dragon scale on its body opened up, and ancient and powerful patterns slowly appeared on the dragon scales like carvings. Every dragon scale had a circle of beautiful ripples around it, making the originally ordinary scales become incomparably gorgeous. Originally, the two horns on its head were like ordinary deer antlers, but at this moment, there were majestic carvings on the dragon horns. The carvings were overflowing with light, and the Dragon Vine's aura increased by a large margin. Dragon Vine's domineering aura soared into the sky again. It swept through every corner of the tower, including Long Xingyun. Long Xingyun saw the ancient carvings on Dragon Vine's scales. His eyes instantly turned blood red. Dragon carvings, you can actually activate the carvings on all of your scales. Long Xingyun roared with jealousy. His body also lit up with black light, and the black scales on his body also changed slightly. There were faint lines, but there were only less than 10 dragon scales with lines. It was completely incomparable to the dragon scales on Long Ting's body. Do you have to be so surprised? I'm a real dragon. Dragon Vine's eyes were like green pearls. They were extremely clear, but they also flashed with a cold light. Its body shook. It had become a rank 6 demonic beast. Dragon Vine roared. The vital energy in its body turned into a surging dragon's breath and blasted it toward Long Xingyun. Long Xingyun still chose to take it head-on. He was fearless because he had the Green Dragon King's dragon scale vital energy. But this time, he was wrong. After evolving, Dragon Vine's aura had already reached a new level. It originally relied on Mu Yu's aura to barely fight Long Xingyun. But after becoming a rank 6 demonic beast, it had long surpassed Long Xingyun with the help of Mu Yu's aura. The dragon's breath was extremely powerful. It smashed down like a landslide. The dragon's breath turned into a sharp sword chi and instantly pierced through Long Xingyun's body. Long Xingyun's body stopped in midair. He looked at the big hole in his body in shock. He didn't understand why he couldn't block Dragon Vine's attack even though he had the Green Dragon King's dragon scale to protect him. No matter how powerful the Green Dragon King's dragon scale was, it was only one piece. Long Xingyun used it all over his body, which naturally weakened the dragon scale's power. In addition, Long Xingyun had already used the dragon scale to fight Mu Yu. His vital energy had already been depleted by more than half. Now that Dragon Vine had evolved into a rank 6 demonic beast, how could he block the combined attack of Mu Yu and Dragon Vine? Bang! Long Xingyun's body fell heavily to the ground. He had transformed back into his human form. There was a big bloody hole in his abdomen, but it wasn't fatal. He breathed heavily and stared at Dragon Vine with hatred. His aura was gradually weakening. It's our responsibility to crack down on fakes. Dragon Vine's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The dragon patterns on its scales flickered again. All the light gathered at its head. An even more powerful dragon's breath was formed inside its body. Then, the dragon's breath blasted down. However, at this moment, a shadow appeared in front of Long Xingyun and blocked Dragon Vine's dragon's breath. Young Master Xingyun, are you alright? Long Yeli suddenly appeared on this floor. He blocked Dragon Vine's attack and quickly flashed to Long Xingyun's side. He looked at Dragon Vine in shock. When he saw the dragon patterns on Dragon Vine's body, his pupils shrank. As a member of the dragon race, he couldn't be more familiar with the dragon patterns. Do you want to die as well? Dragon Vine stared at Long Yeli, who suddenly appeared and attacked again. In order to protect Long Xingyun, Long Yeli went forward. Mu Yu's eyes turned cold. He had already appeared in front of Long Yeli. When Long Yeli saw Mu Yu, his heart skipped a beat. Back then, he had lost to Mu Yu in the Battle of the Bone Warriors. That incident still left a shadow in his heart. However, it was too late to stop now. Long Yeli could only take a punch from Mu Yu and retreated to Long Xingyun's side. Should we call for help? We have a lot of helpers here. Little Shuai held the sunflower seeds and landed on Mu Yu's shoulder. Its body was already emitting blue electric sparks. Long Yeli looked at Mu Yu and then at Dragon Vine. Without saying anything, he picked up Long Xingyun and rushed to the exit below. You want to run? Dragon Vine wanted to chase after him, but Mu Yu stopped Dragon Vine. Mu Yu frowned and said, "Don't try to show off. You're in a terrible condition right now. Hurry up and recover." Dragon Vine had just evolved. Although it had activated some of its potential as a true dragon, it hadn't stabilized its realm yet. It forcefully exchanged a blow with Long Xingyun. It seemed that it had won fair and square, but in fact, it was Mu Yu who had helped it in the dark. I don't like bastards. Dragon Vine's body gradually shrank. Its breathing also became chaotic. It lay on Mu Yu's shoulder and muttered, "It's useless even if you don't like it. Our target this time is the people from the Gate of Hell. Save your energy to deal with the people from the Gate of Hell. Let me help you stabilize your cultivation first." Although Mu Yu really wanted to kill Long Xingyun so that he wouldn't come looking for trouble, Dragon Vine wasn't in a good condition right now. He was worried that something would happen to Dragon Vine, so he gave up the idea of chasing after him. He carefully checked Dragon Vine's current condition. He found that Dragon Vine's meridians were also damaged. These meridians had exploded because it had forcefully used more power than its body could bear. Moreover, it had just evolved and was still very weak. Mu Yu transferred his spiritual energy into Dragon Vine's body to repair Dragon Vine's meridians. His spiritual energy was black and white, but this strange state only existed in his body. As long as the black and white spiritual energy didn't separate, it would turn into a normal green color when it left his body. It had a strong vitality and could heal people. Dragon Vine's injuries quickly stabilized. Now, it only needed to rest for a while to recover. Mu Yu stood up and walked to the exit. He glanced at the exit and suddenly found that something was wrong. The number 19 was written above the exit. Wait, didn't we just go up from 27? Shouldn't this floor be 28? Why is it 19 now? Chapter 653. Enlightened Master Shen Jizi didn't tell Mu Yu much about the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. He did say that if Mu Yu wanted to control the pagoda, he would have to rely on his own understanding. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take on the responsibility of saving the world. Mu Yu didn't want to be the savior of the world. As long as he was happy doing what he wanted to do, that was good enough. But enlightened Master Shen Jizi didn't give him a chance to explain, so Mu Yu didn't have time to ask for more details. We just went from the 27th floor to the 19th. What's going on? Mu Yu stopped at the entrance of the passage. He thought for a moment, then decided to walk down the passage. He walked past a curtain of water and came to a place where he couldn't see his own fingers. He turned his head and used the shadow swordlight to look at the passage they came from. This time, the passage had the number 39 written on it. Strange. Are we going to randomly walk around like this? Little Shuai asked curiously. Mu Yu found it strange as well. The entrance and exit of the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda seemed to change at any time. How were they supposed to get to the 81st floor? Were they supposed to stay here and try their luck? Let's see what's on this floor first. Why do I feel so scared? Dragon Vine muttered. It was pitch black all around. Gusts of chilly wind were blowing from an unknown place, making their bodies feel chilly. Moreover, from time to time, strange whispers could be heard coming from the darkness. It sounded like something was grinding its teeth, making one's hair stand on end. God says, "Let there be light." Little Shuai snapped his fingers, and a few luminous pearls floated out of his hand. The gentle light dispelled the darkness and illuminated the area before them. They seemed to have arrived in a prison. All sorts of iron bars came into view. The bars glowed with a cold light, and there were streams of light flashing across them. But they couldn't see what was behind the bars. Mu Yu approached the bars on the right. He wanted to let the light shine through to see what was behind the bars, but he found that there were runes on the bars that repelled him. The light couldn't shine in too much, so he couldn't see what was behind the bars. However, Mu still felt a sense of danger, as if something unknown was hiding in the darkness behind the fence. Mu moved all the luminous pearls in the air over, intending to let more light shine into the iron fence. However, the darkness behind the iron fence seemed to be able to swallow the light from the luminous pearls. Mu still couldn't see anything behind the iron fence. Just as Mu was wondering if he was hallucinating, he suddenly heard a bang as a horn hit the iron fence. Following that, an ugly and disgusting face appeared in front of him. It was an extremely distorted face, as if it had been scalded by boiling water. It had not completely healed, and layers of rotten flesh were stuck to its face. There were even red feathers growing out of its face. Its mouth was thin and long, like a crack. "Damn it! It's a flesh-winged horned monster," Little Handsome shouted in disgust. "This is a real flesh-winged horned monster, not an illusion." Mu never expected to see a flesh-winged horned monster here. He didn't know much about the flesh-winged horned monsters. He only knew that they didn't belong to this world. The 10 demon kings were also sealed because of these ugly creatures. The specific truth was still unknown. The flesh-winged horned monsters had different colors. Mu saw the flesh-winged horned monster in the sky burial valley of the Moyun mountain range was red, but this one was orange. "Human, I haven't seen a human for thousands of years. How nostalgic." The flesh-winged horned monster in front of him laughed eerily. "Is it a lowly human? Sure enough, it's an ant. Let us go." Following that, the fences all around them were banging against each other. Countless flesh-winged horned monsters squeezed to the edge of the fence and smiled eerily at Mu. Their eyes were full of contempt and anger, and their ugly faces were full of arrogance. More and more banging sounds were heard. Mu realized that there were countless flesh-winged horned monsters locked in the fences here. The flesh-winged horned monsters of different colors were locked up separately. Each of them looked very weak. Perhaps because they had been locked up for a long time, their auras were at most at the spirit-severing stage. There were even some at the out-of-body stage. "Was it that bastard Shen Jizzy who sent you?" A yellow flesh-winged horned monster asked darkly. "No, he has the sword chi of Jianying Chen Feng on him. His Jianying Chen Feng successor, Jianying Chen Feng. Sooner or later, I'll cut him into pieces. He actually stopped our Moon Clan's plan to destroy the third heaven and locked us up in this dark place for 5,000 years. I'll never let him go." All the flesh-winged horned monsters began to speak ruthlessly, as if they had an irreconcilable hatred for Jianying Chen Feng. Their anger was monstrous, as if their ancestral graves had been dug up. Mu looked at these flesh-winged horned monsters with disgust and said, "You monsters are really disgusting. Who doesn't know how to speak ruthlessly? Let's see if you can come out first. Kid, don't be so arrogant. The first thing we'll do when we come out is to kill all of you humans. Then, we'll wipe out the Devil Clan. If human is willing to cooperate." "No, you have human's aura on you," a purple flesh-winged horned monster said in shock. All the flesh-winged horned monsters noticed this and began to suspect Mu's identity. Although human look like humans, their aura is very recognizable. This kid is not only human, he's also human. Strange, since when can humans and human reproduce? I remember that among the 3 races in the third heaven, only human can't reproduce with other races. Kid, where did you come from? Who are your parents? All the flesh-winged horned monsters questioned loudly. Their tone was arrogant, and they interrogated Mu as if he was a criminal. Mu looked at this group of self-righteous fellows with disgust. It was this group of monsters that had destroyed the second layer of heaven. He still did not know where this group of monsters came from or why they had destroyed the second layer of heaven. However, from the images that Daoist Master Shen Jizzy had shown Mu, she could tell that the group of disgusting monsters seemed to be suppressing the second and third layer demon kings. The White Ape Demon King wanted to resist, but unfortunately, he was unable to do so. "Do you want to know who my parents are?" Mu asked calmly. "That's right. Tell us your parents' names." A blue flesh-winged horned monster shouted arrogantly. My father is called the Wood Emperor, my mother is called the Bamboo Queen, and I have a godfather called the Deadwood King. Muyu smiled. Wood Emperor, Bamboo Queen, Deadwood King? Who are these three? I've never heard of them. Is your father human or your mother human? The flesh-winged horned monster's face was full of arrogance. He looked at Muyu as if he was an inferior race. You don't even know them? You really are ignorant. Muyu sneered. Is he a famous human? Other than Jian Ying and Chen Feng, I've never been afraid of anyone in the human race. Of course they're famous. When Yu clan people see them, you have to call them old masters. Tell me, what should you call me? Muyu asked. Little master. A candid flesh-winged horned monster blurted out. Yes. Good boy. Little commander, give this dog a bone. Muyu smiled. The flesh-winged horned monsters were really stupid. Little commander generously threw all the melon seed shells over. Bastard. How dare you humiliate us? Despicable race, I'll definitely kill you. All the flesh-winged horned monsters loudly cursed, but Muyu spat out a mouthful of phlegm in disgust. You bunch of monsters are as ugly as latrine stones. Where did you get the confidence to show off your superiority in front of me? Stay here obediently. Since these flesh-winged horned monsters were imprisoned in the Yaroseiling Pagoda, Muyu was sure that when these monsters wanted to invade the third layer of heaven, they were captured by his master with his powerful cultivation. Master Xian Jizi was in charge of watching over them. As for why his master didn't kill these flesh-winged horned monsters, he probably had some misgivings. This was because when Phantom Rain sealed the White Ape Demon King, she had told the White Ape Demon King that he shouldn't kill these flesh-winged horned monsters. A while ago, the White Ape Demon King had heard about Akatsuki. Before leaving, he had said that the flesh-winged horned monsters wouldn't die so easily. A thought emerged in Muyu's mind. Could it be that the flesh-winged horned monsters were imprisoned here because they couldn't be killed? Master Shenjizi had cast a powerful formation domain on these fences. Muyu's hand couldn't reach in. The iron fences were protected by formation patterns. These patterns couldn't be broken even by Muyu, let alone these flesh-winged horned monsters, whose auras were weaker than Muyu's. Muyu kicked the fence and shouted, "Quiet down. As prisoners, you should have the consciousness of a prisoner. Spend the rest of your life in there and don't come out to talk." After saying this, he ignored the curses of the flesh-winged horned monsters and walked along the passage between the fences. This was indeed a prison. The square cages were formed by fences. The cages stretched all the way to the ceiling. Each cage was side by side, leaving a crisscrossing path. It was like a maze. Muyu would see a fork in the road every time he walked. Countless flesh-winged horned monsters were imprisoned in the cages. When they saw Muyu approaching, they roared, but Muyu ignored them all. Muyu walked around the passage between each cage for a long time. He secretly estimated the number of cages and the number of flesh-winged horned monsters in each cage. He found that there were at least tens of thousands of flesh-winged horned monsters imprisoned on the 39th floor of the Yao Subduing Pagoda. This made him very alarmed. He had fought with a flesh-winged horned monster before. When Akatsuki had just escaped, it was already very powerful. Although it was later defeated by Muyu with thunder, the White Ape Demon King said that Akatsuki would not die so easily. Although the aura of the flesh-winged horned monsters imprisoned here was weak, it should be because they had not been exposed to spiritual chi for a long time. If they were allowed to recover, the consequences would be unimaginable. Every flesh-winged horned monster here was at least at the out-of-body stage. Most of them were at the spirit-severing stage. Muyu even saw hundreds of flesh-winged horned monsters at the combination stage. There were also some whose aura was weak, but their cultivation was still above the combination stage. If they were in their heyday, Muyu was sure that their strength was enough to overturn the entire third heaven. If these tens of thousands of flesh-winged horned monsters attacked the third heaven, with the current strength of the third heaven cultivation world, it was absolutely impossible to resist. There is such a big secret hidden here. Muyu was quite shocked. Compared to the current situation of the cultivation world, the flesh-winged horned monsters here worried Muyu more. It turns out that the third heavenly layer has already escaped a calamity. Unfortunately, the current cultivation world doesn't know about this. Muyu gently shook her head. What infuriated Muyu the most was that the flesh-winged horned monsters were so powerful that they could affect the survival of the third sky races. However, the third sky palaces by Jie had, for his own selfish reasons, harmed the third sky's savior, Jianying Chenfeng. By Jie, you selfish scum! Muyu shouted in a low voice. Muyu, the white ape demon king, said that Akatsuki would not die so easily. Then, wouldn't Akatsuki be resurrected? Long Teng asked. Akatsuki. Muyu suddenly thought of a very serious problem. Because there was no way to kill these flesh-winged horned monsters, they were imprisoned here. However, if the flesh-winged horned monsters could not be killed, then wouldn't there be a fish that escaped the net outside? Chapter 654. Muyu continued to walk through the prison's passageways. Along the way, he saw more and more flesh-winged horned monsters. These monsters looked like they had come to invade the third heaven over 5,000 years ago, but they had all been locked up here by Daoist master Xianjizi. The monsters had been locked up for so many years without dying. Their vitality was also very tenacious. It was hard to imagine that such undying ugly monsters existed in this world. The entire prison's passageways extended in all directions. Muyu walked back and forth in the crisscrossing passageways, and finally found an exit. The flesh-winged horned monsters kept cursing Muyu, but Muyu ignored them and left the prison. Not long after Muyu left the prison of the flesh-winged horned monsters, a ghostly figure silently appeared in the prison. It was Gui Han, the body integration stage cultivator of the ghost sect that Muyu had met in the Moyun mountain rain. After seeing the monsters around him, Gui Han's face lit up with joy. I've finally found where the moon god is locked up. Now I can report back to my superiors. A cold light flashed in Gui Han's eyes. After Muyu passed through the passageway, he found himself on the 24th floor. The exits of each floor of the Yarrow ceiling pagoda didn't seem to follow the normal order. This kind of random teleportation made him very anxious, because he didn't know when he would reach the 81st floor. Don't worry. After Gui Han enters the Yarrow ceiling pagoda, he might not be so lucky as to be teleported directly to the 81st floor, Little Commander said. What if? Long Teng yawned. What if? What if? Luck favors those who are handsome. You can't go wrong following me, Little Commander said righteously. This time, they were in a brightly lit hall. In the middle of the hall, there were several thick red pillars supporting the ceiling. The simple decorations were pleasing to the eye, and the various reliefs on the walls were vivid and lifelike. When they walked into the hall, their whole body felt warm and comfortable. It was impossible to tell what this hall was used for, but the floor had strange patterns. The patterns were orderly and intertwined with each other. It was different from the formation patterns that Muyu was familiar with. The ceiling was also engraved with light yellow veins, which seemed to correspond to the veins on the ground. It was also suffused with a faint brilliance, overflowing with light and color, and incomparably holy. Little Handsome, do you know what these patterns represent? Muyu asked as he carefully studied the patterns. The veins seemed to follow a certain pattern, but Muyu wasn't sure of the mystery behind it. Xiao Shui looked at the ground thoughtfully and said, "It's a little familiar, but I can't remember what it is." "This is a type of ceremonial text," Dragon Vine said. "Funeral rites. The demon race's sacrificial rites?" Muyu asked curiously. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't think that these textures were words. Instead, they looked like decorations. However, the flickering light on these textures made them look extraordinary. "I don't know if they are the phase ritual, but I feel like they have a mysterious power. It's like they are used to communicate with something. Anyway, I'm not sure," Dragon Vine said. "Can you translate it?" Dragon Vine flew into the sky and circled around. "Let me see. If I read it from here, it should be, with the servant's blood spirit, sacrifice to the god's light. Cover the world with peace. Believe in obsession, and you will live forever." What does that mean? Xiao Shuai was a little confused by the words. It means that you will gain eternal life if you believe in Brother Spring. Mu Yu understood. The second half is, the moon god will rule the world. Blessings will fill the world. Souls will return to the heavens, and they will be reincarnated. Those who disobey the moon will have their souls scattered in the sky. There will be no protection. The world will beg for souls. Every soul has a home. The moon's wrath cannot be underestimated. What does that mean? Xiao Shuai was confused. Mu Yu coldly grunted. It means the moon is a brainwashing cult. He could tell from this passage that this palace seemed to be specially used to carry out some kind of sacrifice, used to consecrate the Moon Clan. Those who disobey the moon will have their souls scattered in the sky. Those who disobey the moon must die. If this wasn't a cult, Mu Yu couldn't think of anything else. Long Ting continued to chant, but the difference was that this time, the scripture in Long Ting's mouth was no longer translated. Instead, it made a very awkward sound. As Long Ting inadvertently chanted, the texture on the ground began to emit a 7-colored light, from red, orange, yellow, all the way to purple. At the same time, there was the sound of rolling thunder. It was accompanied by an oppressive aura. The surrounding spirit energy became restless. Outside the Yarrow ceiling pagoda, the originally calm sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds. A terrifying pressure spread out from the clouds. The clouds flickered with purple lightning. The purple lightning streaked across the sky, carrying with it the power to destroy heaven and earth. The expressions of all the Yarrow souls on the Yarrow Island suddenly changed, especially Helian Kong. He cried out in surprise, then turned to Gui Yezi and asked, Gui Yezi, what exactly did you let your descendant do in the Yarrow ceiling pagoda? Why is there purple lightning in the sky? Gui Yezi's eyes flashed with surprise. He looked at the purple lightning in the sky and a strange smile appeared on his face. Gui Yezi sneered. How would I know what's hidden in the suppressing demon tower? Didn't Master Xian Jizi trust you the most? Didn't he tell you there was something dangerous in the suppressing demon tower? Helian Kong gritted his teeth. His expression was unreadable. He suddenly regretted opening the suppressing demon tower. However, the strange phenomenon above the demon island didn't last long. The Zhenyao pagoda trembled, and a majestic blue light soared into the sky from the Zhenyao pagoda. It instantly dispersed the dark clouds above the demon island, and the purple lightning also disappeared. The suppressing demon tower seemed to be preventing something from happening. Dragon Vine, stop chanting. Mu Yu felt that something was wrong. Just now, the powerful aura of the suppressing demon tower flashed, and then the sound of rolling thunder disappeared. However, the changes in the palace continued. The 7-colored lights seemed to be frantically searching for some connection, but they couldn't find it after a long time. They were like headless flies. Mu Yu hurriedly stopped Dragon Vine, interrupting its chanting. Dragon Vine stopped and looked around in surprise. It felt very strange. At this time, the ground was no longer flat. Some of the lines on the ground had begun to rise and become uneven. The lines on the ceiling were the opposite of the ground. Where the lines on the ground rose, the ceiling would sink. As Dragon Vine stopped chanting, all the colorful lights gradually disappeared. Those protruding and sunken lines also slowly returned to their original state. What's going on? Big Earthworm, why didn't you translate just now? Little Shuai asked. I can't translate it. It's just a string of simple sounds without any specific meaning. It seems to be used to summon these things. Also, it's very strange. When I thought of these things, I seemed to enter a very strange state. If Mu Yu didn't call me, I wouldn't have been able to come back at all, Dragon Vine said, puzzled. Mu Yu walked around the lines on the ground and said, you probably started some kind of ritual just now. I don't know what this ritual is for now, but it's definitely not a good thing. He didn't easily walk into the lines. Instead, he walked to the wall and looked at the reliefs. At first, Mu Yu thought that the patterns on the reliefs were the posture of cultivators flying in the air. However, he soon discovered many abnormal places. The reliefs here were divided into 2 layers. The outermost layer was the posture of cultivators flying in the air. However, upon closer inspection, it wasn't just cultivators. There were also demons and human. The second layer of reliefs had both men and women. The men were valiant and impressive. The women were elegant and beautiful like fairies. They were like gods in the sky. They were all quietly looking at the 3 flying races. There was a faint smile at the corner of their mouths. Little Shuai made a soft sound of surprise, as if he had thought of something. Then, he reached out his little paw and gently poked the cultivators on the reliefs. All of a sudden, the relief sculpture seemed to come alive as it began to spin. All of the self-cultivators, demons, and human devils flew towards the godlike people behind them with smiles on their faces. Those people also opened their arms as if they were welcoming the 3 races. Those are the disguises of the flesh-winged horned monsters. Little Shuai was quick to react. A sharp blade as thin as a cicada's wing popped out of his hand and stabbed at the valiant gods. The faces of the statues immediately turned ferocious. They all transformed into the flesh-winged horned monsters and dodged Little Shuai's sharp blade. One of the flesh-winged horned monsters couldn't dodge in time and was directly cut in half by Little Shuai. The flesh-winged horned monsters began to laugh strangely. They actually grabbed the humans, demons, and human that were flying towards them and tore them into pieces before swallowing them into their stomach. Soon, all the cultivators, human, and demons were eaten by the flesh-winged horned monsters. They roared angrily at Little Shuai, but didn't make a sound. After spinning in a circle, all the statues gradually returned to their original forms. The other 3 races that had been eaten reappeared. The flesh-winged horned monsters also transformed back into godlike figures and looked at the other 3 races. The reliefs were really too strange. They repeated their original movements over and over again. Muyu couldn't help but wonder what this place was. Do these flesh-winged horned monsters eat us as food? Muyu said in disgust. He thought of Akatsuki in Mass Burial Valley. That disgusting flesh-winged horned monster imprisoned all the corpses and souls in its yellow spring corpse water, becoming a part of its body. However, there must be some special restrictions. Muyu remembered that Akatsuki couldn't kill people who died of unnatural causes. In other words, these flesh-winged horned monsters were actually eating the dead. Since there are sacrificial rites here, I'm afraid this place is used to summon the flesh-winged horned monsters. We have to be careful and not make the same mistake as before. Muyu looked around. This palace was probably not simple. It probably had something to do with the Moon Clan. Earlier, Dragon Vine accidentally triggered some kind of sacrificial rites. However, the yarrow ceiling pagoda seemed to have blocked the connection, causing the colorful light of the sacrificial rites to be a little chaotic. If he guessed correctly, even if Dragon Vine finished chanting the sacrificial rites, nothing would happen. Enlightened Master Jizi had sealed this palace in his yarrow ceiling pagoda. Clearly, he didn't want it to be used by others and cause irreversible consequences. Let's leave this place, Dragon Vine suggested. Muyu nodded. There was only one way out of this level, and that was the way in. He thought about it again and again. In the end, he set up an illusion formation at the entrance of this level to hide the palace. At this time, many people appeared in the yarrow ceiling pagoda. They might have been transported to this level. Enlightened Master Jizi didn't deliberately protect this palace because the sacrificial rites couldn't be carried out in the yarrow ceiling pagoda. However, Muyu still felt that it was necessary to prevent people from entering. He walked back in the direction he came from and left the 24th floor. However, Muyu didn't expect that far away from the yarrow ceiling island, in the 3-layered palace near the land of reincarnation, Baijie raised his head and looked into the sky as if he sensed something. Chapter 655. This time, it was the 65th floor. Muyu felt like he was aimlessly trying his luck. He went from the 39th floor to the 24th floor, but when he returned, he was already on the 65th floor. When can we go to the 81st floor? Little Marshall asked. Muyu could only hope that Gui Shiming had not reached the 81st floor. Otherwise, after Gui Shiming gained control of the reincarnation seal, He could go back in time and see where Soul destination was. To be honest, Muyu also wanted to know where Soul Return to Heart was because Daoist Master Shen Jizi had told him that Soul Return to Heart could heal the wounds on Deadwood's father's soul. Therefore, Muyu planned to go back to the past with Gui Shiming and see where Soul Return to Heart was before Gui Shiming. The 65th floor was a long corridor. Muyu was not interested in the corridor. He just wanted to go to the 81st floor. Therefore, he did not explore what was on the 65th floor. Instead, he went back through the corridor. However, he still miscalculated. He was surprised to find that he was still on the 24th floor when he went back. It was the same bright hall. That's strange. Isn't it random this time? Dragon Vine asked in surprise. Muyu thought for a moment. He waited in the hall for an hour before going back to the corridor. This time, he came to the 75th floor. The 75th floor was an ordinary tower. It was empty. Clearly, not every floor had something. Muyu thought about the number of floors he had just walked through. He suddenly felt that there was a pattern to where the exits led to. I understand. The exits of every floor lead to different floors at different times. Muyu sat down and started calculating in his mind. He roughly estimated the time he spent on the 18th floor. He spent about 2 hours fighting Long Xingyun. He also estimated the time he spent on the 39th floor. He spent about 4 hours checking on the flesh-winged horned monster on the 39th floor. He spent about 2 hours in the hall. Just based on these, he still couldn't figure out where each floor's passageway would lead. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, he walked towards the passageway again. This time, it was on the 11th floor. In order to understand the rules of this passage, Muyu spent another 2 hours shuttling through each floor, recording the time and place of each floor. The Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda had 99 floors. Actually, it was possible to deduce which floor the exit of each floor connected to at any given moment. However, this method of calculation was rather complicated. Daoist Master Shen Jizi was a formation master. Naturally, he designed the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda through deduction. The main body of a formation master was the 8 trigrams. The position calculation of the 8 trigrams was very complicated. Therefore, in order to become a powerful formation master, one had to possess extraordinary deduction thinking. Muyu had once deduced the rules of the Array Hall's heavenly stairway and used the 8 steps to ascend the heavens to enter the Array Hall. His deduction ability could be said to be second to none. I know the rules of this Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. Muyu analyzed a bunch of things. After spending nearly 14 to 16 hours, he finally understood the main points. At this moment, they were on the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was a dense forest. The forest was filled with the sounds of insects and birds. In the distance, there were even the roars of demonic beasts. It was very lively. Muyu could tell at a glance that this forest was an illusion formation. As for what was hidden in this forest, Muyu was no longer interested. He stood at the entrance of a huge tree hole and looked at the birds flapping their wings in the forest. He estimated the time. Just now, he had come out from this tree hole. If he wanted to leave later, he would also have to go through this tree hole. In theory, after 20 hours and 45 minutes, the 3rd floor will lead to the 81st floor. However, 20 hours is too long for us to wait. So, we'll change the path. After 2 hours and a quarter of an hour, the 3rd floor will lead to the 73rd floor. On the 73rd floor, we'll wait for an hour to lead to the 16th floor. As for the 16th floor, we just have to time it right. Because at that time, the passage to the 16th floor will start to change. So, as soon as we enter, we'll immediately run out and reach the 81st floor. Muyu had already planned out the following path. Although it was a lot more troublesome to continue walking like this, they would be able to reach the 81st floor in less than 4 hours. Little Shuai understood. The Dragon Vine was confused. However, it didn't care. In any case, it didn't need to bother with this kind of thing. Muyu was the one who ran the errands. Muyu waited outside the tree hole for 2 hours. After a quarter of an hour, he went back into the tree hole. As expected, he had arrived at the 73rd floor. This proved that Muyu's calculation was correct. Next, They just had to wait for an hour on the 73rd floor and they would be able to reach the 16th floor. The 73rd floor was a place covered in white snow. Muyu just happened to come out of a small wooden hut. The hut was built at the foot of a mountain. There was white snow everywhere. Behind the hut was a snowy mountain, and in front of it was a white plain. I feel like we've traveled all over the world in enlightened Master Xian Jiz's Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. Does this count as a kind of vacation? The dragon vine said leisurely. Many floors of the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda were set up with many illusion formations. There were forests, snowy mountains, plains, and everything else. There were even prisons and cult palaces. It was indeed like traveling everywhere. According to Muyu's theory, the exit of each floor was a kind of teleportation formation. The teleportation formation would connect to different floors at different times. Some floors had 2 exits, while others only had 1. There was a certain pattern to this, and Muyu had figured it all out. Anyway, we've been to quite a few places. This kind of illusion formation is no big deal. Muyu sat on the roof of the hut and looked at the snowy mountain behind him. It was quite a unique scene. However, Muyu didn't even have time to appreciate it for a moment. Suddenly, he saw snowflakes rising from the snowy mountain in the distance. There were also fluctuations of spiritual energy. It seemed like someone was fighting fiercely. Should we go and join in the fun? Xiao Shuai was originally gnawing on a chicken drumstick, but the drumstick soon froze in the snow. He was very unhappy. At this moment, he was holding a pill fire stone to roast the drumstick. Why should we join in the fun? We'll leave when the time is up. To be able to fight here, it must be the demons and the people of the gate of hell. They can fight among themselves. It has nothing to do with us. Muyu didn't want to get involved in this mess. After entering the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda, everyone was randomly teleported to any floor. There must have been people on this floor long ago, but they didn't know the secrets of the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda, so they ran around randomly on each floor. Muyu was just a transfer point. However, at this moment, the fluctuations of a body integration stage cultivator came from the snowy mountain in the distance. The damage caused by a body integration stage cultivator couldn't be underestimated. Their fight directly shaved off the snowy mountain. Then, a rumbling sound came from the snowy mountain. A large amount of snow rolled down the mountain. Damn! Avalanche! Don't you have any morals? You're just fighting and you're causing an avalanche. Don't you want to go out? Muyu stood up. He originally wanted to try to protect the small wooden house, but the speed of the snow rolling down was too fast. Muyu couldn't stop it at all. Although it was an illusion array, everything in the illusion array was actually formed by spiritual energy. It was very aggressive. Muyu could only pick up Xiao Shuai, who was roasting the drumstick, and jump high. At the same time, the small wooden house was buried in the snow. The people in the distance were still happily fighting. Muyu was already furious at the foot of the snowy mountain. You bastards, remember this. Don't let me find out who you are. Otherwise, I'll definitely beat you up. Muyu's spiritual energy suddenly shook out, and the snow that buried the small wooden house was pushed away. However, after he cleaned up the snow that buried the small wooden house had already become broken wood. If the small wooden house was made of real wood, he could still control the wood and make them rebuild the small wooden house. Unfortunately, Muyu's small wooden house was also fake. Muyu looked at the broken wood on the ground and was dumbfounded. The passage that he came in seemed to have been destroyed. Don't be, right? This is just an illusion array. Muyu had just walked through the passage. At the end of the passage was a door. He pushed the door open and walked out of the small wooden house. If he wanted to go back, he could directly enter the small wooden house. However, the small wooden house was destroyed, and Muyu couldn't find the exit. Muyu carefully felt the array of the small wooden house. His heart thumped. He found that the exit of this place had really disappeared. *CK your roast chicken and roast duck. Damn it, I want to see which bastard created this avalanche. Muyu didn't say anything and directly flew towards the towering snowy mountain. Then, He landed in front of the two sides that were confronting each other. The demon race, Bostlu, and the dragon turtle. The people from the gate of hell, Gui Han, and another woman from the gate of hell. The woman beside Gui Han was called Gui Dai. Her face was covered with a black veil, and her figure was graceful, revealing a strange and cold beauty. However, Mu Yu didn't appreciate the beauty of the people from the gate of hell. However, this woman's cultivation was also at the unity stage. This time, the people from the gate of hell who came to the demon island were not easy to deal with. Several of them also noticed the arrival of Mu Yu. This time, the originally desolate snowy mountain suddenly became lively. "It's you." Gui Han gnashed his teeth and looked at Mu Yu. Previously, because of Mu Yu, he was almost killed by Gui Yeming. Now, seeing Mu Yu, he was already burning with anger. Compared to the reaction of the people from the gate of hell, Boss Lu was relieved because his relationship with Mu Yu was obviously better. Just now, who was the one who didn't have eyes and created an avalanche? "Are you guys so bored that your balls hurt?" Mu Yu angrily rebuked. "You're lucky that the avalanche didn't bury you," Gui Han said indifferently. "You want to be taught a lesson? If you want to fight, can't you go somewhere else? Now that the avalanche has blocked the exit, we can't go out anymore," Mu Yu said. "The exit is blocked. We just came out of the small wooden house. Shouldn't the exit be in another place?" Boss Lu asked in surprise. It seemed that these people didn't understand that the entrance was actually the exit. In fact, there were usually two entrances in the suppressing demon tower, but some floors only had one exit. The small wooden house was destroyed, which meant that Mu Yu had to find another exit. "You guys are really causing trouble for me, Boss Lu. I'm very busy now. I'll take my leave first. Be careful." If Mu Yu wasn't in a hurry to go to the 81st floor, he would definitely settle the score with the people from the gate of hell. Although Gui Han was filled with killing intent towards Mu Yu, he didn't think of stopping Mu Yu. Even Gui Ziaming, who had 6 twins, had suffered a great loss at the hands of Mu Yu. He wouldn't be any better, so he suppressed the hatred in his heart. Gui Han looked at Boss Lu coldly. "As for you demons, hand over the sea calming thousand ruler obediently." Mu Yu was about to turn when he heard the words sea calming thousand ruler. He immediately turned back and looked at Boss Lu in surprise. "Sea calming thousand ruler? The treasure of the sea goblin king Yu Jiang is in your hands." Chapter 656. Boss Lu looked at Mu Yu cautiously. He had to be cautious about this. Mu Yu was a human after all. There was a barrier between him and the demons. The sea calming thousand ruler was the magic treasure of the sea goblin king. The human race would definitely covet it. "Mu Yu, my young friend, I hope you won't interfere in this. I don't want to make things difficult for you. The sea calming thousand ruler belongs to the sea goblin king. I'll protect it even if I have to die," Boss Lu said firmly. The dragon turtle also looked at Mu Yu cautiously. The moment Gui Han said sea calming thousand ruler, Boss Lu and the dragon turtle knew this was not going to end well. They were already having a hard time dealing with Gui Han and Gui Dai. They didn't expect Mu Yu to come. With Mu Yu's strength, if he wanted to help the people of the Gate of Hell fight against the demons, Boss Lu and the dragon turtle wouldn't be able to handle it. "You found the sea calming thousand ruler? Where did you find it? Is it on this level?" Mu Yu asked again. "Yes, we found it on this snow mountain." "Why? Are you interested in the sea calming thousand ruler too?" Gui Han looked at Mu Yu coldly. "Of course I'm interested. Aren't you talking nonsense?" Mu Yu glanced at Gui Han and then turned to Boss Lu. Hearing Mu Yu's words, Boss Lu's face turned even paler. He had been attacked by Gui Yeming at sea and had been seriously injured. He hadn't recovered half of his strength yet. When he was fighting against the two people of the Gate of Hell at the form synthesis stage, he relied on the soul weapons given by the demon souls on the island. Otherwise, he and the dragon turtle wouldn't have been able to withstand the attacks. Now that Mu Yu had joined the battle, Boss Lu had no chance of winning. He knew Mu Yu's potential. He had defeated Long Yeli at the form synthesis stage. In this case, Boss Lu would have to face 3 self-cultivators at the form synthesis stage. Little friend Mu Yu, for the sake of Lord True Dragon, can you not interfere in this matter? Boss Lu asked earnestly. Mu Yu looked at Gui Han and Gui Dai and said seriously, no, I must intervene in this matter today. Young friend Mu Yu, you, Boss Lu looked a little bitter. Mu Yu had a real dragon by his side, so he had been very polite to Mu Yu. But now Mu Yu wanted to interfere with the 1,000 feet of the sea. This would undoubtedly put a lot of pressure on him. Elder Lu, what should we do now? The dragon turtle also had a demon bone soul weapon in his hand. With the demon bone soul weapon, he could barely fight Ghost Butterfly. However, he was not confident that he could defeat Mu Yu. Boss Lu shook his head. Now that Mu Yu had joined the battle, they would be in trouble. Seeing Mu Yu's attitude, Gui Han smiled hypocritically. So, you're planning to join hands with me? I didn't think that there would be a time when we could let go of our grudges. This is good. You and I will work together to take the 1,000 feet of the sea. As for who will get the treasure in the end, it will be up to fate. According to Gui Han's personality, he would not work together with others. However, Boss Lu and the dragon turtle had powerful soul weapons. They came from the leader of the Yarrow clan and were on the same level as Gui Yez's. Gui Han's soul weapons could not compare, so it would be very troublesome to take down the 2 Yarrow clan members. Gui Han planned to borrow Mu Yu's strength first. After killing the 2 Yarrow clan members, Gui Han was confident that he and Gui Dai could work together to take down Mu Yu. Ghost Chi came out of his body and covered the sky as he rushed towards Boss Lu again. Gui Dai was already rushing towards the dragon turtle, who had a soul weapon. Boss Lu held a soul weapon in his hand and looked at the people from the gate of hell with a heavy heart. Then he looked at Mu Yu with fear. His heart had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. In the battle just now, Boss Lu's old injuries had already flared up. This was one disaster after another, but Mu Yu's figure suddenly flashed. Mu Ling flew up into the sky and dispersed all the ghost chi. He stood in front of Boss Lu and looked at Gui Han mockingly. Where did you get the confidence to think that I would join hands with you if I interfered? Boss Lu's eyes widened and he looked up. Gui Han looked angrily at his ghost chi that had been defeated and said in a low voice, Mu Yu, we are all humans. When facing the demonic beasts, even if we have grievances, we should temporarily put aside our grievances and work together to deal with the demonic beast. Do you want to betray the human race again? When Mu Yu killed Gui Shenyu in the 2nd layer of heaven, he was labeled as a traitor. This was something that the people from the gate of hell knew very well. Betray me? Let me tell you, it's precisely because I'm a human that I want to interfere in this matter. I will absolutely not let you Hellgate people harm any demon king. Mu Yu's voice was not loud, but it contained billowing waves of anger, causing Gui Han to be stunned. Mu Yu's words were like thunder in Boss Lu's ears. He thought he had misheard. How could a human like Mu Yu say something like that? Mu Yu wanted to protect the Yarrow King? Was this really something Mu Yu would say? Young Mu Yu, you want to help us? Boss Lu looked at Mu Yu with uncertainty. Mu Yu was a human and had no relation to the Yarrow King. Why would he want to protect the Yarrow King? Boss Lu thought of a possibility. Was it because of Qiao Shui? Don't worry. With me here today, the people from the Gate of Hell will not be able to take away the Sea Calming Thousand Ruler. The Sea Calming Thousand Ruler should belong to the Sea Yarrow King, Yu Jiang, Mu Yu said calmly. He was not helping the Yarrow King because of Qiao Shui, but because Zhenying Chen Feng, Huanying Qingyu, and Shen Jizi had all said that the Yarrow King must be born. Mu Yu now vaguely understood what Shen Jizi meant. The White Ape Demon King was fighting against the flesh-winged horned monsters, and Huanying Qingyu was protecting him from being killed by the powerful Moon Clan. That was why she chose to seal the White Ape Demon King. The Sand Eagle Demon King was sealed by Mu Yu's master, Zhenying Chen Feng, to protect the Yarrow King. How could Mu Yu hit the Yarrow King when he was down? Moreover, the White Ape Demon King that Mu Yu knew was not as ferocious as the legends of the cultivation world said. Although the White Ape Demon King had shamelessly threatened Mu Yu about becoming his son-in-law, He had never really done anything excessive to the human race. Moreover, in the illusion left by Shenjizi, the Sea Yarrow King was not an unreasonable person. It was just that their beliefs were different. The Yarrow King and the others were fighting against the oppression of the Moon Clan, which was why they were killed. Now that the Moon Clan was making a move, they would have to rely on the 10 Yarrow Kings to think of a way to resist the Moon Clan. Gui Han's killing intent soared to the sky. He looked at Mu Yu and said, "It seems that you are indeed a traitor of the human race. The traitors of the human race are the ones from the Gate of Hell. I haven't settled the matter of you colluding with the Moon Clan. I've always said that if there was one less person from the Gate of Hell in the cultivation world, the world would be a bit more peaceful. Today, I will deal with you first, so that you don't bring disaster to the human world." Mu Yu was still very angry about the people from the Gate of Hell helping Akatsuki in Mass Burial Valley. The people from the Gate of Hell had done all kinds of outrageous things, yet they still dared to splash dirty water here. The shadow clone sword in Mu Yu's hand responded. Green light burst out and merged into the void. The formation runes surged, and a powerful sword chi covered the sky and covered the earth as it enveloped Gui Han. "Gui Dai, go." Gui Han turned around and retreated without hesitation. He understood Mu Yu's strength and knew that he would not be able to gain any advantage in front of Mu Yu today. Even if he wanted to kill Mu Yu, he would not be rash. But Boss Lu blocked Gui Han with a soul weapon in his hand. "Little friend Mu Yu, although I don't know why you chose to help us, I still don't want to implicate you. As long as you kill the two of them, you will not be blamed by the human race for no reason in the future." Boss Lu did not hesitate at all. "Everyone has the right to kill the people from the Gate of Hell. Xiao Shuai, Long Teng, teach the people from the Gate of Hell a good lesson," Mu Yu said. "Okay." Xiao Shuai threw the bone and jumped onto Mu Yu's shoulder. Long Teng had rested for half a day. With Mu Yu's help, he had already recovered to 70 to 80%. He also landed on the other side of Mu Yu's shoulder. Boss Lu looked at Long Teng in awe. Then he felt that something seemed to be wrong with Long Teng, but he could not tell what was wrong. The wind heart linking array appeared beneath Mu Yu's feet. The green array pattern enveloped Little Commander and Long Teng. Blue lightning suddenly lit up from Little Commander's body. A series of flashes of lightning flashed, and Long Teng instantly grew larger. The aura on her body rose sharply. Every dragon scale on her body shone with a noble dragon pattern. "These are dragon patterns? Lord True Dragon, you have broken through to the spirit severing stage?" Boss Lu shouted in surprise. "That's right. You have a good eye." Long Teng raised his head proudly. Then he turned around and swallowed Mu Yu's sword chi. His whole body was like a sharp sword that no one dared to touch. "Yes, Lord True Dragon," Boss Lu replied in awe. He had already brought the dragon turtle to Gui Dai. Mu Yu and the others had already surrounded Gui Han. Their auras were like the sun in the sky, making Gui Han feel an immense pressure. "Last time you schemed to trap me. Now we should settle the score." Mu Yu raised his shadow clone sword and pointed it at Gui Han. Now that he had He Lienkong's soul tool, it was more than enough to deal with Gui Han, who was in the form synthesis stage. Gui Han's expression was cold, but he suddenly revealed a sinister smile. "Mu Yu, do you really think you can defeat me with your strength? Whether I can or can't, we will know after I kill you." Mu Yu swung his shadow clone sword. Majestic sword chi slashed down. Every sword chi was awe-inspiring. It was as if they could slay all evil in the world. They all shattered the dense ghost chi that Gui Han gathered. Gui Han didn't dare to take this sword head-on. He knew how powerful Mu Yu's sword chi was, but he didn't dodge. His hand suddenly lit up with a rainbow light. This rainbow light came too suddenly. Even Mu Yu was stunned. He didn't understand when the people of the Gate of Hell changed their color. 7 colored rays of light intertwined in the air, forming a barrier that protected him. At this moment, Gui Han's fingers were glowing with a gray radiance. They intertwined rapidly in front of his chest, drawing a stripe. Then, he pointed his finger forward, and a red ray of light shot out. The red light rapidly expanded in the air. Then, as if it had swelled up, It quickly turned into a human figure, a flesh-winged horned monster. Mu Yu looked at Gui Han in surprise and shouted, "You people of the Gate of Hell, where did this flesh-winged horned monster come from? Chimph, bastard. This is the great moon god. You dare disrespect the moon god? You are courting death." Gui Han laughed. The red flesh-winged horned monster looked like a phantom. It was more like a soul, but the aura on its body was real. It didn't seem fake at all. Mu Yu had fought the flesh-winged horned monster before, so he was very familiar with its aura. "You are the bastard of that human that came in just now. It seems like I have to teach you a lesson." The red flesh-winged horned monster opened its cracked mouth and laughed. "Just now? Could it be that you are one of the ugly monsters in the 39th level of the prison?" Mu Yu was shocked. He remembered that the flesh-winged horned monster was locked in the prison. As the leader of the Formation Glyph sect, he was very familiar with formations. The 39th level of the prison looked like an ordinary iron fence, but it was actually impenetrable. Even Mu Yu couldn't get close, so the flesh-winged horned monster couldn't escape. How did Gui Han release these disgusting fellows? Chapter 657. The flesh-winged horned monster had already pounced at Mu Yu. The two horns on its chest were incomparably sharp, drawing a red light in the air with incomparable power. Mu Yu did not underestimate this flesh-winged horned monster. This flesh-winged horned monster was much stronger than the Akatsuki he had seen before. Clearly, Gui Han had used some special secret technique to increase the strength of the flesh-winged horned monster. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to be so strong after being locked up for thousands of years. Mu Yu's shadow swords gathered powerful soul power and swung upwards to meet the flesh-winged horned monster's horns. But what Mu Yu did not expect was that when his shadow swords touched the long horns, they actually went straight through, and the sharp horns slammed heavily into his chest, sending him flying. He stabilized his body in the air, then his figure flashed and pulled away from the flesh-winged horned monster. He lowered his head to look at his chest. His chest was intact, but he felt an indescribable pain all over his body. "This is a soul attack." Mu Yu quickly dodged the horns of the flesh-winged horned monster, but his shadow swords couldn't hurt it in the slightest. Every time his shadow swords hit the air, it was as if they hit nothing, making him feel very uncomfortable. In the past, even if it was a soul, it was impossible for it to be intact under his shadow swords, because the shadow swords had the existence of Mu Ling, which specialized in suppressing souls. But the flesh-winged horned monster's form had become very strange, and it did not fear Mu Ling at all. "This is not a soul, this is a shadow." The flesh-winged horned monster and the people from the Gate of Hell must have used some kind of evil and powerful spell together, Little Commander said in surprise. "How do we break these spells?" Mu Yu leaned to the side to dodge the sharp horns and kicked the monster's wings, but it still went straight through. He was almost injured by the monster's horns again. He was completely taking a beating passively. Only others could hit him, he could not hit anyone else. Just kill the guy who used the spell. The white fur on Little Commander's body flashed with blue sparks, and a blue greatsword slashed at Gui Han. The powerful lightning turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly landed on the seven-colored barrier around Gui Han's body. The lightning that filled the sky flickered and scattered, covering the entire barrier with thin lightning bolts that were violently pulsating. But the rainbow barrier shook slightly, and all the lightning was instantly shaken away. At the same time, Dragon Vine's sword-shaped breath had already arrived, but it did not have any effect on the rainbow barrier. "What a hard turtle shell!" Dragon Vine shouted in the air. Even its dragon claws couldn't break through that defense. The seven-colored barrier was very strange, but it was also very sturdy. It protected Gui Han, who was the caster of the spell, so there was no way to interrupt Gui Han's spell. "Your attacks can't hurt Gui Han." Ghost Han laughed coldly. Mu Yu thought of something. Since Gui Han had the ability to summon flesh-winged horned monsters, he should have nothing to fear. But when he saw Mu Yu's attitude, he chose to retreat instead of killing him directly. Clearly, he had his own concerns. There was no way Gui Han would be able to use such a powerful technique as he wished. Gui Han's hand formed another seal, and an orange light appeared from the rainbow light. Then, the orange light quickly elongated and changed shape in the air, turning into an orange flesh-winged horned monster that directly pounced at Little Commander. The sharp orange horns did not show any mercy. The fleshy wings flapped, and the horns arrived in an instant. Even the lightning could not stop them, and the horns had already pierced Little Commander's body. "Aya!" Little Commander shouted. "Little Mouse, are you all right?" Dragon Vine asked, but Gooey Hand's hand flashed with a yellow light again. A yellow flesh-winged horned monster flapped its wings and charged at Dragon Vine. Although Dragon Vine's body was huge, its speed was agile. It circled in a circle and dodged the yellow flesh-winged horned monster. "Of course I'm fine. My skin is so thick. Who can hurt me?" Little Commander replied proudly. "Then why are you shouting?" Dragon Vine's body was like a sharp sword as it quickly circled around the monster. But the more it fought, the more sullen it felt. Because other than dodging, it could not retaliate. "I just don't like ugly things touching my body. Even if it's a phantom, I don't like it. Watch how I break this turtle shell." Little Commander did not seem to be afraid of the flesh-winged horned monster's phantom attack. Its small body flashed, and the blue greatsword in its hand disappeared. Then, it turned into a white shadow and flashed in front of Gooey Hand's rainbow light barrier. Sharp blades as thin as cicada's wings popped out of its little claws. The sharp blades on Little Commander's claws were rarely used. Generally speaking, it would only use it to cut the corpses of demonic beasts or other hard food. But the sharp blades on its little claws were very sharp. In any case, Muyu had never seen anything that Little Commander could not cut. Sure enough, Little Commander's sharp blades pierced through the rainbow light barrier without any hindrance. Its claws only lightly scratched, and the rainbow light barrier was actually forcibly cut open by it. "What?" Gooey Hand looked at Little Commander in shock and anger. The indestructible rainbow light barrier was actually broken by a little beast. This was something he did not expect. He raised a ghost banner in his hand. Countless resentful spirits flew towards Little Commander. Blue lightning immediately appeared on Little Commander's body and collided with the resentful spirits. All of the resentful spirits were electrocuted by Little Commander. However, Little Commander was also blown away by the tyrannical ghost chi. Gooey Hand also retreated. He was quite afraid of Little Commander's brilliant heavenly thunder. Muyu was still dealing with the flesh-winged horned monsters. He still could not hit these phantoms. However, he discovered that after the flesh-winged horned monsters used their first tyrannical attack, their speed had already slowed down. They could not continue to pose a threat to him. This guy's phantom's attack is a one-time use attack. No wonder Gooey Hand did not have the intention to fight with us from the beginning, Muyu said. At the same time, green, cyan, blue, and purple flesh-winged horned monsters appeared once again. These four types of flesh-winged horned monsters were each more tyrannical than the other. Especially the purple flesh-winged horned monster. Its aura had already reached the 9th layer of combination realm. Although these monsters' attacks were one-time use attacks, the monsters behind them were getting faster and faster. When the purple and blue flesh-winged horned monsters rushed towards Muyu, Muyu almost had no way to dodge. As soon as he teleported out, the purple flesh-winged horned monster's horns pierced towards his head. If he was stabbed, his head would probably be in splitting pain. He might even lose the ability to resist. Muyu directly disappeared into the Mu Ling, allowing the Mu Ling to meet the phantoms of the flesh-winged horned monsters. The powerful bombardment still sent Mu Ling flying. However, Muyu was able to protect himself. He flew out of the Mu Ling. The 7 flesh-winged horned monsters in the air no longer attacked. Instead, they arrogantly looked at Muyu. Gooey Hand was protected in the middle by the 7 flesh-winged horned monsters. The 7-colored barrier around him had disappeared. Only then did Muyu see the thing in his hand. It was a transparent ball. The inside was like a lens. There were countless reflections of fences. And within the fences were the flesh-winged horned monsters. This was the reflection of the prison where the Yu clan was imprisoned on the 39th floor of the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda, using the reflections to summon the phantoms of the flesh-winged horned monsters from the prison. Mu Yu frowned. This was the first time he had seen the gate of hell do something like this. Not only that, after summoning the phantoms of the flesh-winged horned monsters, the enemy could still unleash such a powerful attack. It was truly extraordinary. Although the mirage formation could also project the shadows from afar without any damage, these projected shadows did not have any killing power. It was also impossible for them to have the ability to damage souls like the flesh-winged horned monsters. How did the people of the Gate of Hell do this strange ability? It wasn't easy to use the shadows to come out. It's a pity that I didn't kill this guy. The blue flesh-winged horned monster laughed sinisterly. This is still the Yarrow Ceiling Tower. Our goal is not to wander around the Yarrow Ceiling Tower. Hey, Ghost Servant, hurry up and think of a way to leave the Yarrow Ceiling Tower. The purple flesh-winged horned monster turned its head and shouted at Gui Han. Gui Han was not displeased at being shouted at. Instead, he said respectfully, Lord Moon God, this brat is blocking my way. He won't let me leave. It's just a human brat. If he wants to die, then let him, the green flesh-winged horned monster said. Mu Yu coldly looked at the disgusting thing in front of him. The shadow clone sword in his hand glowed green again. Then let's see if you have the ability to do so. Although he knew that Gui Han could not release the flesh-winged horned monsters from the 39th floor of the Yarrow Ceiling Tower, Gui Han could not have set up this spell for no reason. To project the phantoms of the flesh-winged horned monsters and let them see the outside world, Gui Han must have some unspeakable secret. Do you really think there are only 7 of us? You are too naive. If our phantoms injure the vitals, they can also kill people. We can also borrow the bodies of dead people to live in another way. The purple flesh-winged horned monster stuck out its long purple tongue and licked its cracked lips. It sneered. This brat's body is not bad. He should be able to be controlled by us for a long time. His body is mine. The blue flesh-winged horned monster cackled. Gui Han, lend me your body for a while. I will kill him first. The purple flesh-winged horned monster turned its head and said. Gui Han's expression changed. He said with a trembling voice, but Lord Moon God, if you do that, I will. What? Isn't it your honor to be chosen by me? The purple flesh-winged horned monster cackled. Gui Han was terrified. He quickly said, Lord Moon God, I am the one in charge of bringing you out. We have already arranged everything for you. Once you leave, you can, but you can't beat this brat. I can't let things go wrong. As the purple flesh-winged horned monster spoke, its body flashed. Before Gui Han could react, it had already entered Gui Han's body. No. Gui Han only had time to let out a cry of despair. Following that, his entire body shook violently. Rays of purple light surged out of his body and enveloped him. Then, the purple light flashed and formed a halo that enveloped Gui Han. The ghost servant's body is not bad. The yin qi is very heavy. Gui Han turned his head and moved his muscles. He looked at his body with satisfaction. He then clenched his fist, making the sound of bones colliding. The aura on his body had undergone an earth-shattering change. It looked like there was a trace of holiness. As a ghost servant, I should be prepared to sacrifice myself for my master at any time. Gui Han slowly raised his head. His eyes flickered with purple light as he stared at Mu Yu. His voice was sharp and unpleasant to the ears. It was like his nails scratching the wall. It made people's hair stand on end. At first, Mu Yu thought that Gui Han did not want to use this technique because it was flawed. Now, Mu Yu understood what kind of risk Gui Han had to bear when he used this technique. Chapter 658. The purple flesh-winged horned monster forcefully took Gui Han's body away. This strange method of possession made Mu Yu's heart turn cold. He was not afraid that his body would be possessed, but he was worried that if the flesh-winged horned monster wanted to use this method to escape from the demon-suppressing pagoda, then once Gui Han left here and released all the shadows in the prison, wouldn't the third heaven be in danger? The ball on Gui Han's body must be destroyed. I haven't sucked a human's soul for a long time. Kid, listen carefully. My name is Ziyuan. So that you won't die without knowing why. A long and thin purple blade appeared in Ziyuan's hand. It looked like a beam of purple light, but it was extremely sharp. With a gentle wave of his hand, a beam of purple light streaked across. A beam of cold purple gas appeared in the void. It was as if purple paint had fallen into water and dispersed bit by bit, sprinkling down in a voluminous manner. You'd better stay in the prison obediently. Don't come out and disgust people. Mu Yu's shadow-splitting sword swung open a formation pattern. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. His body had already disappeared. Then, he stepped out of the void behind Ziyuan, and the biting cold sword Qi slashed towards Ziyuan. Ding! The purple blade and the shadow-splitting sword collided with each other, creating powerful ripples. The shadow-splitting sword was very agile. It attacked Ziyuan's body from different directions. He knew where Ziyuan's weakness was. It had 2 horns on its chest. Breaking these 2 horns would weaken its strength. However, Ziyuan still maintained Gui Han's appearance and did not reveal his true form. But his speed was also very fast. The purple blade in his hand was extremely sharp. It was like a purple resentful snake, swallowing and spitting out purple light. It slashed towards Mu Yu. The purple light and the green light clashed violently in the air. Ziyuan's body was very fast, and the purple light flashed from time to time. The purple light floating in the air also turned into sharp blades and rushed towards Mu Yu. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. The more Mu Yu fought, the more shocked he became. He understood that this was not necessarily Ziyuan's true cultivation. Because he had been trapped in the demon-subduing pagoda all year round, Ziyuan and all the other flesh-winged horned monsters had lost a large part of their cultivation. But even so, Ziyuan had become so strong after taking over Gui Han's body. If it weren't for He Lienkong's soul armament, Mu Yu wouldn't have been able to last a single round against Ziyuan. Just Ziyuan was already so powerful. If the other flesh-winged horned monsters also obtained a body, wouldn't they make a comeback? Xiao Shuai's blue lightning also pounced. The powerful and domineering lightning was not Ziyuan's nemesis, but Ziyuan clearly did not like being electrocuted. The purple light in its hand always destroyed Little Marshall's lightning at just the right moment, and then swept back with even more power. Xiao Shuai's speed was already fast enough, but it was still slashed by countless purple blades. Fortunately, its skin was thick and invulnerable. The purple blades did not even cause any damage to its fur, but it still made Xiao Shuai very angry. The Dragon Vine's sword Qi was very straightforward. After it advanced, its strength had increased greatly. It was no longer the same as before, and the power it displayed was quite powerful. But the domineering dragon breath shot out in the air. Countless dragon-shaped sword shadows surrounded Ziyuan tightly, but they were unable to hit Ziyuan. Ziyuan actually resisted the joint attack of Mu Yu and the other two by itself, and it looked like it had the absolute upper hand. The remaining few shadows at the side did not make a move. They had already used their strongest attack, but their bodies were gradually fading. It was very obvious that the moon god shadow without a body could not fight for long, but Ziyuan, who had taken over Gui Han's body, was different. The few of you go back and rest first. It is very difficult for us to use our full strength in the demon-subduing pagoda. Let me kill this brat first, said Ziyuan. You have to be careful. Taking over someone else's body like this is risky. We have to rely on the remaining ghost servant to get out. If we go back, there will be no one to help you. The red flesh-winged horned monster glanced at the ghost butterfly that was fighting with the demons in the distance, and then gradually disappeared. Ziyuan sneered, I don't need your help. The purple light shone brightly again, and the long blade in Ziyuan's hand repelled Mu Yu and the other two. Xiao Shuai, 5 lightning strike. Mu Yu calmly waved the shadow sword, and a mysterious formation pattern spread out with him as the center. Xiao Shuai had already flown into the sky, and the blue giant sword soared into the sky again, shattering all the surrounding snowflakes. The dragon vine's body circled, and its breath turned into 4 flying swords that swept across Xiao Shuai's blue lightning sword. The runes wrapped around the restless thunder and lightning, suppressing all the thunder and lightning. The violent thunder and lightning were compressed to a terrifying degree by the runes, and a huge power was on the verge of erupting. At the same time, Mu Yu's shadow swords appeared, and absorbed the entire thunder and lightning ball. The formation pattern whirlpool was formed. The shadow swords mixed with the violent thunder and lightning struck down. The thunder ball suddenly exploded. Countless thunder and lightning were like the eruption of a volcano. A terrifying wave spread out with the thunderball as the center. Zi Yuan frowned slightly, and the long blade in his hand kept interweaving in front of him, forming a purple shield that wrapped himself in it. And all the violent lightning bolts hit the purple shield, but it was actually unable to break through this guy's protection. "Is that all you've got?" Zi Yuan's expression was very arrogant. He completely looked down on Mu Yu, and even the people from the Gate of Hell were just tools to him. Zi Yuan's body turned into a purple light, and rushed forward. Mu Yu's shadow sword rippled in the void, and once again intertwined with Zi Yuan. Xiao Shuai controlled the remaining 4 lightning balls, but he could not detonate them again, because he was worried that Mu Yu would be blasted into it too. The purple shadow and the sword light had already split the entire snowy mountain into thousands of ravines. The peak of the snowy mountain that was originally covered in white snow had been shaved off, and even a terrifying crack had been split open in the middle. On the other side, the battle between Boss Lu and the dragon turtle against Ghost Butterfly had also reached its climax. Although Ghost Butterfly was a woman, the powerful ghost chi she emitted was not inferior to Gui Han's. This woman from the Gate of Hell was really powerful. The ghost chi that filled the sky turned into a huge butterfly in the snowy mountain. This butterfly's body was Ghost Butterfly herself, and the huge wings were formed by ghost chi, covering the sky and earth. Sometimes it turned into thousands of ghost chi ribbons, trying to wrap around Boss Lu and the dragon turtle, and sometimes it turned into cold ghost daggers, flying in the air like willow leaf darts. At the same time, there was another twin beside her, who was also a masked and emotionless woman. Both of them were in the form synthesis stage, and were not at a disadvantage even when facing 2 demonic beasts. However, Boss Lu was indeed a demonic beast that had lived in the form of a spirit for thousands of years. Even though he had not recovered from his injuries, he was still very calm when facing Ghost Butterfly. His antlers had been broken by Gui Yeming last time, and he had not recovered yet, but he was not at a disadvantage when facing Ghost Butterfly. Boss Lu's demonic energy was overwhelming, and with the support of his soul weapon, he was always able to quickly break through Ghost Butterfly's ghost arts, and was evenly matched with her. It was certain that if Boss Lu was in his prime, Ghost Butterfly would not be a match for him. The fluctuations of spiritual energy had already caused wave after wave of avalanches, but now, no one cared about this matter. Everyone wanted to kill their opponents without any mercy. The battle between Mu Yu and Zi Yuan was getting more and more intense. Both sides were evenly matched, but the more it was like this, the more Mu Yu was worried. He was not worried about his lack of strength, but that if all the flesh-winged horned monsters escaped in this way, a catastrophe would befall the cultivation world. Zi Yuan could use Gui Han's body to be reborn. It was like attaching its own shadow and consciousness to Gui Han's body, which meant that the other flesh-winged horned monsters also had this ability. If the ball was taken away from the demon-suppressing pagoda and attached to other people in the cultivation world, then these monsters would have successfully escaped from the prison in another way. Originally, Mu Yu came to this level as a transit station. His ultimate goal was to go to the 81st level to find Gui Qingming, but he did not expect to run into something even more troublesome here. Now it seemed that he had to go back to the 39th level of the demon-suppressing pagoda and see what kind of ghost arts the people of the Gate of Hell had set up there. "Kid, you're still distracted when fighting with me, then die." Zi Yuan took advantage of the moment when Mu Yu was distracted. The purple blade in his hand slashed, and at the same time, his body began to change rapidly. The clothes in front of his chest were pierced, and sharp horns protruded from his chest, stabbing towards Mu Yu's chest. Mu Yu came back to his senses, and the shadow in his hand flew backwards to meet the purple blade. However, Zi Yuan had already revealed his original form. That ugly appearance appeared in front of Mu Yu, and the wings on his back were like a gust of wind, and the horns were about to reach him in an instant. The Big Dipper constellation formation enveloped Mu Yu's figure, and he disappeared on the spot. However, the flesh-winged horned monster's speed exceeded Mu Yu's expectations, and directly stabbed Mu Yu's shoulder, leaving a bloody hole in Mu Yu's shoulder. The purple yin qi instantly invaded Mu Yu's body, and began to run wildly in Mu Yu's body, trying to destroy Mu Yu's body. Fortunately, the black and white spiritual energy in Mu Yu's body could always devour the external things, and at the same time, the bloody hole in Mu Yu's body began to heal. Mu Yu, don't be distracted. If you have anything to say, kill this ugly monster first. Little Shuai shouted. Brat, after being hit by my purple poison miasma, I see that you can still survive. Obediently become my sacrifice. Zi Yuan laughed loudly. Purple poison miasma? Mu Yu smiled contemptuously. I am immune to poison. The black and white spiritual energy in Mu Yu's body shook, and the bloody hole healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is this possible? Who are you? The lowly human race can't possibly resist the poison miasma of our great moon god clan. Zi Yuan asked in shock and anger. Great moon god clan? Flesh-winged horned monster, don't you blush when you say this? Oh, I forgot that your face is purple. Mu Yu sneered, and a rune appeared on his hand. I don't believe that you, brat, can defy the heavens. Zi Yuan had completely transformed into its ugly appearance. It screeched sharply, and quickly rushed towards Mu Yu. The flesh-winged horned monster on its back also sprouted purple feathers, and slashed towards Mu Yu. At the same time, the horn on its chest, which was nearly 1 meter long, rushed towards Mu Yu with unstoppable force. Mu Yu did not dodge this time. His right hand became incomparably dark, and was filled with pure death chi. The rune wrapped around his right hand, and at the same time, his left hand was suffused with white vitality. It was flamboyant and unrestrained, as if it could not wait to vent out its vitality. Wind Zun Array Technique. Mu Yu stretched out his hand towards the flesh-winged horned monster. He was prepared to fight it head-on. With his current strength, it was still possible for him to divert the attack of the flesh-winged horned monster. When Zi Yuan saw that Mu Yu actually wanted to fight with its horns with his bare hands, it suddenly laughed evilly. Brat, you overestimate yourself and dare to take my god horn head-on. I will let you understand the wrath of the moon god. Moon god. God horn. It's fine if little handsome is narcissistic, but at least he looks cute. How dare you be narcissistic with your ugly appearance? Chapter 659. How dare you take my horn head-on? I'll devour you first. The strange power on Zi Yuan's horn began to reverse and forcibly absorbed Mu Yu's spiritual energy. Even the formation pattern that Mu Yu had set up was not spared. Damn it, disgusting vampire. Mu Yu felt that he was about to be unable to maintain the Wind Zun's shifting formation. The chaotic yin and yang in his body transformed, replenishing the lost spiritual energy and stabilizing the formation. However, a lot of the pure qi of death in his hand was still absorbed by Zi Yuan. The qi of death was wrapped up by the formation pattern. The black vortex became stronger again and sucked Zi Yuan's horn in. At the same time, a vortex gushed out of the white qi of life in his left hand. One of Zi Yuan's horns actually drilled out of the white vortex and went upside down. What? Zi Yuan looked at the horn that drilled out of the white vortex in shock. It did not expect that its horn would be transferred here by Mu Yu in this way, and it was even directed at itself. It exclaimed and suddenly retracted its horn to avoid being hit by itself. At this moment, Mu Yu also realized that the horn of the flesh-winged horned monster was not necessarily on its chest. When Zi Yuan retracted its horn, the horn actually protruded from its back and connected with its wings. Why does this ugly monster have so many tricks? Xiao Shuai's little figure held a huge thunder sword and slashed at Zi Yuan's fleshy wings. It hated wings very much now. Initially, Xiao Shuai had always wanted to roast this pair of fleshy wings. Later, after chopping them off and turning them into a pool of corpse water, Xiao Shuai no longer ate any wings. When Xiao Shuai's thunder sword came, the inverted scales on Zi Yuan's wings rose and it retreated with Zi Yuan. In an instant, there was a distance between them, causing Xiao Shuai's thunder sword to hit nothing. This guy's horn can also devour spiritual energy. You guys be careful. When Mu Yu used the black vortex to absorb Zi Yuan's horn, the horn emitted a strong suction force and absorbed a lot of the black qi in his body. He almost could not maintain the formation pattern vortex. He quickly dispersed the qi of life and qi of death in his hand. It was too dangerous to use the Wind Zun's shifting formation in this way because his hand would be injured to a certain extent. Furthermore, it was difficult for Mu Yu to transfer the attack of a combination stage cultivator. However, the black spiritual energy in his body was balanced again, and the injury on his hand quickly recovered. Shadow-splitting sword appeared again and slashed at Zi Yuan together with Xiao Shuai's dragon vine. But right at this moment, Zi Yuan suddenly roared with terror, and then its entire body shook violently. It turned around and looked at the horn on its back. The horn on its back actually carried traces of pure death energy. That was the black spiritual energy in Yu's body. What is this thing? Bastard! Zi Yuan was furious and wanted to dissolve Mu Yu's black spiritual energy, but it found that it could not get rid of it at all. It began to devour Zi Yuan's invincible horn like a maggot attached to a bone. Purple Grudge's horns melted like snow, disappearing from the sharp tip, followed by the entire ugly horn, and finally moved to its wings. Bastard! Lowly human, what did you do? Zi Yuan roared angrily. He raised his saber and swung it down. A purple light flashed in the air, and it actually cut off all of its wings and horns. You can even do this to yourself. So ruthless. Dragon Vine swallowed and said. Wings and horns were their most powerful weapons. Once they were cut off, their strength would be greatly reduced. Back in the Moyun mountain range, Mu Yu had cut off Akatsuki's horn, so Akatsuki could not fully display her strength. Zi Yuan had to do this. The death qi it absorbed from Mu Yu's right hand was too overbearing. It was formed from the death qi of the netherworld grass and could devour everything in the world. It was not something Zi Yuan could easily resist. It knew that if it did not cut off its horns and wings, even its body would suffer. The cut-off horns and wings were gradually devoured in the air. Finally, only a cloud of black death qi was left, and it landed on the devastated snow mountain. However, what Mu Yu did not expect was that the black spiritual energy did not dissipate. Instead, it began to devour the snow mountain and gradually went deep into the snow mountain. Buzz! The snow mountain trembled, and white formation patterns flashed in the surroundings. The formation patterns could not escape the destruction of the black death qi and vaguely showed signs of collapse. Mu Yu, quick! That's the death qi of the netherworld grass. If we don't deal with it, it will erode everything. Little Shuai shouted. Mu Yu also came to a realization. He did not expect the death qi that flowed out of his body to be so terrifying. It could even devour everything around it to strengthen itself. He immediately rushed over. The white spiritual energy in his left hand surged again and grabbed the black death qi. The death qi began to entangle with the life qi. It did not want to be taken away by Mu Yu and kept struggling to escape from Mu Yu's hand. Mu Yu could only grit his teeth and help the life qi subdue the death qi. This process was very difficult because the death qi was too domineering. After devouring Purple Resentment's wings, it broke away from Mu Yu's control. It was too difficult for Mu Yu to take back the death qi. Mu Ling's sword rushed out at the critical moment and wrapped around Mu Yu's hands. The holes on its body emitted a strong suction force. This suction force contained a strange power. In the end, it finally controlled the struggling death qi. Mu Yu also completely took back the death qi. What the hell? There's something buried in my body that can explode at any time. Mu Yu said with lingering fear. Last time, when he tried to take away the netherworld grass life qi and death qi, he could not withstand the huge fluctuations emitted by the life qi and death qi and almost died. It was Deadwood Daddy who used blood cover the sky to save him. This time, if it was not for Mu Ling's help, he would not have been able to control the death qi. The life qi and death qi in Mu Yu's body maintained a balance. Usually, if he was injured, it could help him recover quickly. However, he now understood that this power could not be used casually. Although it was so strong that even the flesh-winged horned monster could not resist it, if he was not careful, it could lead to uncontrollable consequences. It was too scary. Purple Resentment's current appearance was very miserable. The wings and horns that it was so proud of were gone. The place where the horns used to be on its chest was now flat. It was very strange. It looked at Muyu angrily and shouted, "What are you hiding on your body?" "I'm hiding something that can kill you." Muyu tiptoed and the shadow clone sword in his hand suddenly surged with a strong green light and slashed at Purple Resentment. Purple Resentment knew that it had lost its advantage. It immediately turned into a shadow and rushed out of Gui Han's body. It quickly fled in the air, still holding the transparent crystal ball in its hand. Gui Han was already dead. His chest was badly mutilated and there was no breath left. "Want to escape? In your dreams." Muyu knew that the shadow could not be killed, so he took the risk again. The black chi in his hand grew stronger again. The Big Dipper constellation formation brought him behind Purple Resentment. The black chi had already imprinted on Purple Resentment's shadow. He made the right bet this time. The black spiritual power in his body was indeed the nemesis of this shadow. Purple Resentment roared and struggled. It threw the crystal ball in its hand to Ghost Butterfly and shouted, "Ghost Servant, take this and leave the suppressing demon pagoda." Ghost Butterfly also realized that the situation was not right. Her ghost chi grew stronger and she temporarily pushed Boss Lu away. She rushed to catch the crystal ball. At this time, Xiao Shuai's thunder sword had already slashed down. The sky full of thunder and lightning flew towards Ghost Butterfly. Crack! Ghost Butterfly could not dodge in time and was hit by the tyrannical thunder and lightning. She groaned but still turned into a cloud of ghost fog and fled. "Boss Lu, catch her. Don't let her escape," Muyu shouted. Since Purple Resentment was not completely killed, he could not leave directly. Otherwise, if the remaining death chi was not collected, it would cause irreversible effects. Boss Lu did not say a word and chased after Ghost Butterfly. "Those who go against the Moon God clan will not have a good ending," Purple Resentment said viciously. "You can use this to threaten the King of Hell." The death chi in Mu Yu's hand gradually swallowed up Purple Resentment's shadow. Then the death chi tried to escape again. Mu Yu spent a lot of effort to collect it. He glanced around the battlefield. After making sure that there was no death chi left, he chased after Ghost Butterfly. That crystal ball must not be taken out of the suppressing demon pagoda by the people of the Gate of Hell. Otherwise, the flesh-winged horned monsters could use their shadows to attach themselves to human bodies. Then it would be very bad. On the 39th floor of the suppressing demon pagoda, countless flesh-winged horned monsters were imprisoned here. They were separated according to their color. The spiritual chi here was very thin, so they were severely restricted. At this time, there was a cage in which Purple Resentment and 9 other purple flesh-winged horned monsters were locked together. "I envy Purple Resentment. He is the first one to leave here," a flesh-winged horned monster said. "Yes. It looks like he has successfully attached himself to a ghost servant. We can only wait for the next batch." The flesh-winged horned monsters looked at Purple Resentment, who was sitting in the corner with envy. Crack. However, at this time, a cracking sound came from Purple Resentment's body, attracting the attention of all the flesh-winged horned monsters. Then, more and more cracks appeared on Purple Resentment's body like porcelain. Finally, with a splash, Purple Resentment's body turned into a pool of purple water. What's going on? Who killed Purple Resentment? Impossible. Humans can't kill us. How did Purple Resentment die? Purple Resentment is really dead. Even his soul did not escape. The purple flesh-winged horned monsters immediately surrounded Purple Resentment in anger. They wanted to find out the cause of Purple Resentment's death. However, no one noticed that there was a sesame-sized black chi in Purple Resentment's corpse water. After Ghost Butterfly got the crystal ball, she quickly rushed to the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the small wooden hut that had been buried had been rebuilt at some point. Bang! Ghost Butterfly opened the door of the small wooden hut and slammed it shut. At this time, Boss Lu rushed in, followed by Mu Yu. But when Mu Yu rushed into a dark room, he found that Boss Lu was the only one left in the room. "Boss Lu, where is Ghost Butterfly?" Mu Yu looked around. It was dark all around, but there was nothing. Boss Lu's hand glowed with the light of a soul item, illuminating the surroundings. But there was nothing around, only hard walls. "I don't know. Ghost Butterfly is not here. Her aura is not here." Boss Lu was also puzzled. Mu Yu was startled. He quickly deduced the changes in the passage in his mind. Vexed, he said, "It's over. The exit must have changed just now. Ghost Butterfly entered the 4th floor before the change, and we entered the 63rd floor. Mu Yu, my friend, what do you mean?" Boss Lu asked, puzzled. Mu Yu sighed. He didn't explain right away. He had forgotten something important. The Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda was within the domain of enlightened Master Shen Jiz's return to origin. Everything that was damaged could be repaired, including the exit that had been crushed by the avalanche, but that was not the main point. The main point was that after Ghost Butterfly escaped, the exit of the tunnel happened to change and brought Mu Yu and the others to another level. Chapter 660. According to the pattern of the exit, Ghost Butterfly had already escaped to the 4th floor. Mu Yu carefully calculated, if he wanted to go to the 4th floor, then he would have to wait for at least 2 hours to reach the 71st floor, and then wait for another 6 hours to reach the 4th floor. Ghost Butterfly couldn't stay on the 4th floor forever. In the next 10 hours, the 4th floor would be connected to 3 places. Mu Yu was sure that Ghost Butterfly would leave from another exit after entering the 4th floor, but it was hard to say where she would appear in the next 10 hours, because Mu Yu didn't know exactly how long Ghost Butterfly would stay on a particular floor. If he wasn't sure how long she stayed, he wouldn't be able to deduce which floor she went to. He couldn't chase after Ghost Butterfly anymore. "Little friend Mu Yu, thank you for saving us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been a match for the people from the Gate of Hell." Boss Lu was very grateful. Although he didn't know what Mu Yu was worried about, he saw Ziyuan's wings and horns just now and understood that this kind of creature couldn't be touched. If it wasn't for Mu Yu's intervention, they wouldn't have been able to survive today. "Yeah. I thought you would also covet the Sea Demon King's 1,000-ruler sea calming," the dragon turtle interrupted. Boss Lu immediately glared at the dragon turtle. "Don't talk nonsense. How could little friend Mu Yu be that kind of person? He's a good friend of Lord True Dragon, a friend of the Yarrow clan." Mu Yu shrugged indifferently. To be honest, he was just amazed by the 1,000-ruler sea calming, but didn't covet it. After all, this thing belonged to the Sea Demon King. Since the Sea Demon King was about to come out, Mu Yu didn't have to fight for it. "Where did you get the 1,000-ruler sea calming?" Mu Yu asked. After entering the Yarrow Suppressing Pagoda, everyone was randomly teleported to any floor. Mu Yu didn't know how Boss Lu was targeted by the people from the Gate of Hell. "I found it on the 8th level, and was then discovered by 2 people from the Gate of Hell. They wanted to take it away. The people from the Gate of Hell have twins, and they are very difficult to deal with, so I could only escape. It took me a lot of effort to shake them off, and I came to the level of the snow mountain just now, where I met Little Dragon Turtle. Then, the people from the Gate of Hell caught up with me." Boss Lu explained briefly. As for how they found the sea-steadying 1,000-ruler, Boss Lu did not explain, so Mu Yu did not ask. He was sure that Boss Lu had used some kind of secret demonic art to break the seal. After all, immortal Shen Jizi would not simply throw away something like the sea-calming 1,000-ruler. "What do you plan to do next?" Mu Yu continued to ask. Big Brother Lu hesitated for a moment before he said firmly, "Let's find the Sea Demon King's sealed lair and undo the Sea Demon King's seal." Mu Yu knew that the Yarrow came in to save the Sea Demon King. To be honest, if he didn't know that the Sea Demon King must be born, Mu Yu would definitely not approve of the Yarrow rescuing the Sea Demon King Yu Jiang. According to the legends of the cultivation world, the reason why the Demon Clan was suppressed by the Human Clan was because the Demon Clan had helped the Human Clan deal with the Yumeng Devil Clan during the battle with the Yumeng Devil Clan. However, the Demon Clan had put forward very harsh conditions, so the human clan finally exterminated the demon clan. However, now that Mu Yu understood some of the truth, he realized that things were not as simple as he thought. Do you know which layer the Sea Demon King Yu Jiang is sealed in? Mu Yu asked. Since the Sea Demon King Yu Jiang had to be rescued, then Mu Yu would help if he could. The place where the Sea Demon King was sealed definitely had the strictest protective formation. Rescuing the Sea Demon King would not be an easy task. Big Brother Lu and the Dragon Turtle glanced at each other. Big Brother Lu replied, according to the speculations of the Yarrow souls that have been sealed for 5,000 years, the Sea Demon King is sealed in the top layer. However, we don't know how to get to the 99th layer. The exits here are all random. We can only try our luck. There's no need to try our luck. I know how to get to the 99th layer, Mu Yu said. Really? Mu Yu, are you joking? Big Brother Lu was a bit suspicious. He didn't have Mu Yu's divination abilities. He had no idea which layer these passageways led to. He could only wander around blindly. To be honest, it wasn't just him. Probably no one who came in knew the secret of the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. Master Xian Jiz's magic treasure was not that easy to find out. Why would I lie to you? It's up to you to believe it or not. We are not interested in finding the Sea Demon King. Dragon Ting snorted at the side. He was very dissatisfied with Big Brother Lu's doubts. Big Brother Lu hurriedly lowered his head respectfully. He said seriously, Lord True Dragon, please forgive me. I am not doubting Mu Yu. If Mu Yu can help us find the Sea Demon King, we will definitely be very grateful to Mu Yu. Alright. Now, go back to the previous layer, which is the layer of the Snow Mountain. Wait for 7 minutes. After that, the entrance will lead to the 26th layer. Wait for 4 hours on the 26th layer. Then, come out from the entrance and enter the 31st layer. Wait for an hour on the 31st layer. Then, walk through the exit and enter. Mu Yu pointed out the simplest path for him. There were a total of 12 transits, which would take at least 32 hours. Big Brother Lu was confused for the first time. He hurriedly used his demonic power to engrave Mu Yu's words into a piece of animal skin. Otherwise, he would not have been able to remember them. Big Brother Lu looked at the demonic words on the animal skin. He was still skeptical. However, he was afraid of angering Dragon Teng again, so he did not show it. Besides, they were like headless flies in the demon ceiling tower. They might as well give it a try. Then, Mu Yu and Lord True Dragon, where are you going? Big Brother Lu asked hesitantly. We are going to find the people from the Gate of Hell to settle accounts. Hurry up. In another 7 minutes, the exit will change. By then, all the routes I gave you will be useless. Remember, you must act according to my instructions. Not too early or too late. Otherwise, it will be like chasing the ghost butterfly. We will miss the time and be diverted to another place, Mu Yu said. Big Brother Lu nodded solemnly. Then, he led the dragon turtle back the way they came. Mu Yu, on the other hand, once again planned a route to the 81st floor. He had to wait here for an hour before he could make his move. Mu Yu then kept thinking about the black and white spiritual energy in his body. It could be said that he was able to kill Zi Yuan purely by luck. If he had not discovered that he could gradually control and separate the black and white spiritual energy, he would not have been able to kill Zi Yuan with the death aura. Mu Yu, I still don't understand. When we met Akatsuki, your spiritual energy was also sucked away by its corpse water. Why were you fine then? Dragon Teng asked. Because of a balance problem, Mu Yu said. When his spiritual energy was sucked away, the black and white spiritual energy were mixed together. One black and one white maintained a miraculous balance. Therefore, when his spiritual energy was sucked away, it was the same as normal spiritual energy. Nothing would happen. Mu Yu was now more and more familiar with the black and white spiritual energy. He already knew how to separate the black and white spiritual energy. When Zi Yuan sucked away the death aura, it separated the death aura from Mu Yu's body. The death aura was too scary. It could devour everything, including Zi Yuan. The most serious thing was that a small trace of death aura would constantly increase and devour. If it was not dealt with in time, it would cause unimaginable consequences. In the end, it could even destroy the entire third heaven. At that time, Mu Yu was not sure if he could still control the increasing death aura. Then why was Mu Ling useless against the flesh-winged horned monster? It's also a death aura. Dragon Tung asked again. Aya, big earthworm, do you have 100,000 whys? Why are you so stupid? Mu Ling is originally something full of life. Even if it was infected by the death aura, its death aura is still not pure enough compared to the death aura in Mu Yu's body, Little Shuai answered for Mu Yu. That's right. In short, other than dealing with the flesh-winged horned monster, I really can't separate the life aura and death aura at other times, Mu Yu said, shaking his head. Mu Yu sat cross-legged and adjusted his breath for 2 hours. During this time, no one came to this level. This also saved Mu Yu from unnecessary trouble. After 2 hours, he finally started to move. He entered the next level according to the route he had just deduced. Outside the demon subduing tower, the souls of the human race and the demon race were waiting anxiously near the demon subduing tower. Now, both sides temporarily put aside their prejudices and entered the demon subduing tower for their own purposes. However, putting aside their prejudices did not mean that they could get along well. The souls of both sides were still on guard against each other to prevent either side from doing something out of line. Helion Kong looked at the demon subduing tower and sighed in his heart. He had been trapped on this demon island for 5,000 years and could not leave. He did not know what had happened outside. Every day, he only faced the endless battle of bone warriors for the so-called dignity of the human race. He was really tired. Sometimes, it was better to die happily than to live monotonously. He wanted to leave this island, even if he had to die. I hope Mu Yu can help me realize this wish. Helion Kong sighed. He had placed all his hopes on Mu Yu. As long as Mu Yu could control the demon subduing tower to release the seal on the entire island, he would be free and become a free soul. He would enter the cycle of reincarnation. Gui Yezi and Gui Yeming were furtively discussing something far away from the crowd. Their expressions were unfathomable. I don't know if Gui cherishing life has reached the 81st level or not. The Skypierce reincarnation seal is our only hope of finding soul transference. If we can't find it. Gui Yeming frowned and did not continue. Gui Yezi pondered for a moment and said, we have to take care of soul transference and the people of the Divine Moon Clan. When Daoist Master Shen Jizi was still alive, I inadvertently heard some secrets about the demon subduing tower. Gui cherishing life is a good seedling. He won't let us down. Then when are we going to make our move on the souls on the island? Gui Yeming glanced at the souls of the demon clansmen who had been on guard not far away. There's no need to rush. The souls on this island are all quite strong, much stronger than the souls outside. If we can refine them into our magic treasures, it'll be a huge fortune. However, we'll have to wait until that brat that Helion Kong instructed breaks Daoist Master Shen Jizi's return to Origin Domain. Otherwise, we won't be able to control the souls here, Gui Yezi said calmly. The people of the Gate of Hell came to the island for many reasons, and one of them was to collect the thousands of souls on the island. Gui Yeming glared at Helion Kong in the distance and said fiercely, that Helion Kong who protected Mu Yu, I must control him. He wants to be free. Humph. Not so easy. I want to keep his consciousness and make him kneel before me. I want him to live in humiliation forever. Gui Yeming was a vengeful person. He was still brooding over the fact that Helion Kong had protected Mu Yu and attacked him. Gui Yezi said indifferently, don't worry. He can't be free. None of the souls here can escape. Once the demon subduing tower removes the formation domain, all the souls, including the demon clansmen, will become our ghostly servants. Helion Kong is no exception. The people of the Gate of Hell were vicious and merciless. There were so many souls on the island. It was simply inexcusable to let them free. Helion Kong didn't know that he just wanted to free himself from the island and let Mu Yu come into contact with the formation domain of the demon subduing tower. He didn't expect Gui Yezi to secretly obey and set his sights on him. Gui Yeming and Gui Yezi's hands were suffused with dense ghostly energy. It silently spread out and disappeared into the void. Chapter 661. Because of what happened just now, Muyu had missed the most convenient way to the 81st floor. He was currently on the 67th floor. This was a vast and boundless sea, with only a lone island. He still had to wait for another 3 hours before he could leave this floor. This island was less than 20 square meters. There was a hole in the ground, which was the exit of this floor. The blue ocean rippled all around, and the white clouds in the sky drifted in all directions. Other than that, there was nothing else, not even a seabird. Speaking of which, why did Daoist Master Shen Jizi set up such a strange illusion formation in the demon-subduing pagoda? This floor is just an endless ocean, what's the point? Little Handsome said in boredom. Who knows? Do you think a little mouse will appear in the ocean here, your big lover? That shy little Momo Dragon Vine said with a mischievous smile. Bah, scram. What big lover? If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten what it looked like. Little Handsome angrily scolded. Dragon Vine laughed loudly. It's fine if you forgot. I know what little Momo looks like, I'll help you remember. Its upper body is a gorilla, and its lower body is a giant octopus. Its body is muscular, and its skin is dark. When it looks at you, it's a little shy. I feel like it might jump out of the ocean to find you, haha. Splash. There was a violent sound of water splashing, and then a huge monster suddenly drilled out of the water. It seemed to cover the sky and the sun, and its shadow really shrouded the whole small island. The upper body of a gorilla, and the lower body of an octopus. It was a 7th rank ink demon gorilla. Little Handsome staggered and sat on the ground. He opened his mouth wide. Ah? No, it can't be, right? It really is little Momo. Muyu was also surprised. The aura of the ink demon gorilla in front of her was the same as the little ink demon gorilla that Little Handsome had mentioned. Especially this ink demon gorilla, it was looking at Little Handsome with its shy eyes full of affection. In the end, it even reached out a tentacle and gently touched Little Handsome. Then, it began to make hissing noises. Heavens, how did little Momo appear here? Dragon Vine was also shocked. It had only said it casually. How could it have known that little Momo would really appear? No, this isn't real. It's an illusion. I understand now. This array formation is called primordial chaos. There are no living creatures, but whatever you deliberately think of in your mind, it will appear. Muyu's eyes flashed with array runes as he saw the essence of the ink demon gorilla before him. The beginning of chaos was a very mysterious formation, because it completely relied on the spiritual energy of the cultivator to construct a world. Whatever the cultivator wanted to create, it would appear in this world. This array formation was very profound. At the very least, Muyu was unable to arrange such a powerful array formation with his current cultivation level. Hey! Doesn't that mean that if I think about the appearance of a big earthworm will appear? Little Shuai rolled its eyes and quickly simulated Dragon Vine's appearance in its mind. However, when it was imagining it, one of Dragon Vine's dragon horns was missing. Roar! As expected, the Dragon Vine, which was missing a horn, emerged from the sea with a roar and flew freely in the air. Little mouse, do you want to die? Dragon Vine was flustered and exasperated. It then shouted, then I also want to see you without a mouth. Let's see how you're going to eat. Sure enough, another little Shuai flew out from the sea. This little Shuai was dancing with joy, but it didn't have a mouth. Then, the two guys who were bored to death began to compete with their imaginations. Little Shuai and Dragon Vine began to imagine each other's comical appearances happily. Soon, a bunch of strange-looking Dragon Vine and Little Shuai appeared in the air above the sea, including a Little Shuai with missing arms, a Little Shuai with a pig's nose, a Little Shuai with cross eyes, a Little Shuai with a watermelon hat, Dragon Vine whose beard had turned into 2 hemp ropes, Dragon Vine whose body was tied into a dead knot, Dragon Vine which was pink and cute, Dragon Vine with 2 big waves on its chest. Muyu carefully looked at the comical versions of Little Shuai and Dragon Vine flying around in the air. He wasn't as bored as these two. Instead, He was thinking about the purpose of the primordial chaos formation. This formation was quite profound. Mu had once read about it in Deadwood Daddy's Shen formation. The things that appeared in this formation were related to a person's mental strength. The more complex something was, the more mental strength it required. If too much mental strength was used, one would feel tired. Don't think too much. If you think too much, you won't have the energy to do it later, Mu warned. Sure enough, not long after, Little Shuai and Long Teng's quarrel ended and they stopped listlessly. Now, the sky was filled with Little Shuai and Long Ting flying around. There were also some chicken drumsticks with wings, roasted suckling pigs on fire, roasted ducks with attractive colors. Although the things they imagined weren't real, the aura couldn't be faked. For example, if Mu wasn't familiar with formations, he wouldn't have been able to tell that it was the ink demon gorilla. When Little Shuai and Dragon Vine were tired and began to lie down to sleep, the things they imagined gradually disappeared. However, Mu thought of something. Relying on the primordial chaos formation, as long as it was properly mastered, it could be used to do many things. On the Demon Island, Mu could only rely on Hellion Kong's help to compete with the people of the Gate of Hell. If the formation domain of the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda was broken, Hellion Kong would be freed. At that time, Mu would have to face the pursuit of all the people of the Gate of Hell. As for the Ghost Realm Child, Mu didn't believe that this guy also wanted to be freed. He would definitely use the ghost arts of the Gate of Hell to survive. The people of the Gate of Hell cultivated the soul, so it was possible for them to reach this stage. As for the primordial chaos formation, Mu was thinking about how to use it reasonably, so that when the time came, he would have a way out. Mu rested for a long time. He didn't meet anyone else on the rest of the journey. He took Little Shuai and Dragon Vine, who were too tired to play and fell asleep, and spent 14 hours. During this time, he made 4 turns and finally arrived at the 81st floor. He turned around and glanced at the passage. This passage was a whirlpool in the air. He had just walked through the whirlpool. Surrounded by a vast expanse of white clouds, what was reflected in front of him was a towering mountain. Green mountains and clear waters, waterfalls flowed, and pine and cypress tenaciously took root and grew in the crevices of the mountain. The top of the mountain was covered in white clouds, quiet and leisurely. Apart from this mountain, there was nothing else. At a glance, this mountain looked a little familiar. However, Mu had been wandering around the cultivation world. He had even been to the second heaven many times and had seen countless mountains. For a moment, he couldn't remember where he had seen this mountain. Mu flew towards this mountain in midair, but as he flew, he found that something was wrong. His cultivation was now at the spirit severing stage, so his flying speed was extremely fast. From the whirlpool to the mountain in the distance, he could reach it in the blink of an eye. However, in this blink of an eye, he flew for a long time but still couldn't fly over. Mu turned his head and glanced behind him. He was surprised to find that after flying for so long, the whirlpool passage was still behind him. He couldn't fly over at all. This is so close, yet poles apart? Mu nodded thoughtfully. So close, yet poles apart was an array technique that Mu had been imparted to him by the array Heavenly Tao back when he was in the array sect. It could shrink the ground into an inch and expand it to infinity. It could truly make a distance close in front of you, yet far in the horizon. It was impossible to get close. Mu rarely used this array technique. This array technique was somewhat useful against people of the same cultivation level, but against people of a much higher cultivation level, it was very strenuous and unrewarding. The array technique here was set up by Daoist Master Shen Jizi. With Mu's cultivation level, he couldn't break it. He had to follow Daoist Master Shen Jizi's laws to get close to the mountain. But where exactly was the reincarnation seal on this mountain? No. This isn't a mountain. This is the reincarnation seal on this mountain. Mu was a little shocked. No wonder he found this mountain a little familiar. So it was because of this reason. Originally, the 81st floor of the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda was formed by the reincarnation seal. Here, the reincarnation seal seemed to have been enlarged. It was no longer a small thing. This kind of uncanny craftsmanship was an eye-opener even for Mu Yu, the sect master of the array talisman sect. Although Mu Yu knew many array techniques, Daoist master Xian Jiz's array techniques were still far above Mu Yu's. This was something that Mu Yu had to admit. The reincarnation seal had a so close, yet poles apart array technique set up near it, preventing people from flying over directly. He simply descended the mountain. Passing through the clouds, he saw the 8 trigrams array at the foot of the mountain. As expected, it was the base of the reincarnation seal. Mu Yu stood firmly at the foot of the mountain where the reincarnation seal was located. Looking at the mountain peak that reached the clouds, he couldn't see the bottom. However, he was still in a dilemma. He didn't know if Gui Piming had already arrived here in advance. He also didn't know if Gui Piming knew how to activate the reincarnation seal to return to the past. At the very least, he didn't know how to control this reincarnation seal. I remember that there's a cave halfway up the mountain. There's also a platform. Could that cave be the passageway to return to the past? Mu Yu pondered for a moment. He glanced at little Shuai and Long Ting, who were sleeping soundly after exhausting their mental energy from playing. He didn't wake them up and walked towards the mountain peak. If he walked from the foot of the mountain, the so close, yet poles apart array technique actually didn't work on him. He quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain. He knew that if he flew up, he would probably be stopped by the so close, yet poles apart array again. Thus, he circled around the foot of the mountain and finally found a path up the mountain. This mountain path was carved out by winding stones. The roadside was filled with small flowers and grass. What surprised Mu Yu was that the small flowers and grass here were all real plant. There were crickets chirping in the surroundings. The shadows of frogs flashed past. There were small squirrels running around the pine trees by the side of the stone path. There were also small birds jumping and flying between the branches. Nothing on this mountain was formed by array patterns. It was like a small world. Everything really existed. There was a small stone tablet by the side of the mountain. There was a line of poetry written on it: "Mountain walkers on the commandment, heaven's birth samsara steals forever, follow your heart for eternity, don't force it. The past turns to ashes and reappears, the future is changeable. Treat the present day well, don't let the golden goblet face the moon." Mu Yu carefully read this poem. The general meaning of this poem was very clear. It seemed to be explaining that the heaven's birth samsara seal had some relationship with eternal life. However, it also advised people who went up the mountain not to be nostalgic about the past. It was better to focus on the present than anything else. However, this poem also proved that it was indeed possible to use the heaven's birth samsara seal to return to the past. To Mu Yu, there was nothing to force. He came here to stop the ghosts from cherishing their lives. Of course, if he could return to the past and find out where the treasure of the gate of hell, soul returning to the heart, was, then it would be best to find it. Unfortunately, Mu Yu still didn't know what soul returning to the heart looked like. If he wanted to find it, he would need the help of the ghosts who cherished their lives. Chapter 662. Walking up the stone steps, he was surrounded by red flowers, green forests, and dancing butterflies. It was a peaceful scene that made one feel relaxed and happy, as if they had walked into a paradise. The path up the mountain wasn't steep, but it was a bit winding. He meandered along the mountain path, and from time to time, he could hear the sounds of the clear spring in the mountain stream and the chirping of birds in the forest. The sounds of nature reverberated in his ears. It was a peaceful place, but Mu Yu didn't let down his guard because he was worried that Gui Pei Ming might be nearby. If they met, there would be an intense battle. After walking up the mountain for about an hour, he passed by a peach forest full of peaches. The fragrance of the peaches woke up the sleeping Xiao Shuai, but the things here were too strange, so Mu Yu didn't let Xiao Shuai pick the peaches to eat. Soon, Mu Yu arrived at a stone platform on the cliff. There was an old banyan tree here that covered the sky. There was a stone table under the banyan tree with a purple teapot and teacups on it. There was a waterfall flowing down from the side, and below the waterfall was a path blocked by a curtain of water. Next to the banyan tree was a cave, and the cave entrance was covered by a nebula that covered the scene inside. Mu recognized this nebula. It was the Skyspill Nebula that Gui Peiming had obtained. After the Skyspill Nebula and the Skyspill Reincarnation Seal fused together, the Skyspill Nebula spiraled into the cave on this mountain. At this moment, Mu was looking at the Skyspill Nebula from a close distance, and he was extremely shocked. The Skyspill Nebula slowly rotated, and thousands of stars twinkled in the nebula, as if it contained the entire galaxy. Various colors of starlight were faintly discernible, and there was also a blurry fog, revealing an indescribable hazy beauty. Could this cave be the path to the past? Mu pondered. He didn't know if Gui Peiming had already come to this place, or if he had returned to the past to see where the soul returning to the heart was. He also wanted to know the whereabouts of the soul returning to the heart and find it to save Deadwood Daddy. Even though he didn't even know what soul transference looked like. Mu approached the Skyspill Nebula and stretched out his hand to touch the hazy starlight. His hand didn't encounter any obstruction, but the Skyspill Nebula seemed to be very far away from him, as if he couldn't reach it. He tried to take a step inside, but there was still no obstruction. However, no matter how he walked, he was still at the entrance of the cave. He clearly felt that he was walking, but he was still walking in the same place. So near, yet worlds apart's formation is too profound. How do we get in? Mu thought for a moment and shook the snoring Xiao Shuai in his arms. Xiao Shuai half opened his eyes and asked in a daze, "What?" "I'm eating peaches." As he spoke, Little Handsome swallowed his saliva again. Mu said helplessly, "I told you not to cause trouble in the array where chaos was first born. You won't be happy until you exhaust your energy. Do you know how to enter the cave with the reincarnation seal?" Xiao Shuai casually glanced at the Skyspill Nebula and turned around to sleep again. "There's roast duck in this cave." Mu shouted. "Roast duck! Roast duck! Where's my roast duck?" Xiao Shuai suddenly opened his eyes and jumped up. He sniffed twice and realized that he couldn't smell anything. Then, he fell back down with a plop. Mu wanted to beat Xiao Shuai up. When it came to food, he jumped higher than anyone else. When he couldn't smell anything, he fell asleep again. At the crucial moment, he really deserved a beating. He could only stuff Xiao Shuai back into his pocket and think of a solution himself. Mu couldn't decipher the so near, yet worlds apart spell in this cave. He could guess that he had to pass through this cave to return to the past, but he couldn't cross that natural chasm. On the other side of the old banyan tree was the path up the mountain that was blocked by a water curtain. Mu wondered if he should continue walking to the top of the mountain to see the scenery. But he thought that if he went up the mountain and that Gui Peiming came here and thought of a way to enter the cave, then he would miss it. He walked to the edge of the cliff and looked into the distance. Clouds and mist lingered around, as if he was in a fairyland, but he couldn't see anything. "I really didn't expect you to be able to find this place." A discordant voice suddenly sounded out. Then, Gui Peiming slowly walked down the mountain path under the water curtain. Mu turned around vigilantly and stared at Gui Peiming. This guy had indeed arrived earlier than him. And from his appearance, he seemed to have just come down from the mountain. Obviously, he couldn't enter the cave, so he went to the top of the mountain. "What? I thought you had already returned to the past." Mu replied indifferently. He actually wasn't sure if Gui Peiming had seen the past and returned. He only asked this to test Gui Peiming's attitude. Gui Peiming laughed coldly. "Before I return to the past, the first thing I have to do is to kill you." While speaking, Gui Peiming's body lit up with soul power. The 5 twins fiercely rushed towards Mu. Since they didn't get along, they greeted each other with fists and legs. Mu had long been on guard against Gui Peiming. This guy suddenly attacked him. Mu wasn't surprised. When he wanted to fly up, he found that he couldn't leave the ground. This place obviously didn't allow him to fly. "Really troublesome," Mu muttered. The array pattern flashed and covered his body. The shadow sword pierced out from the void towards Gui Peiming. A blood-red long axe appeared in Gui Peiming's hand. The long axe carried a dense ghost chi and chopped towards Mu Yu. Sword light shot out in all directions. Ghost chi overflowed. The two people's movements in the air were incomparably swift and fierce. Both of them didn't show any mercy as they launched their strongest attack. They both wanted to kill each other, but time seemed to have stopped at that moment. Whether it was Mu Yu's shadow sword or Gui Pei Ming's blood-red long axe, the tyrannical spirit power violently surged. The killing intent was awe-inspiring as they rushed towards each other. But their distance was always a little short. That small distance was clearly about to be chopped, but they still couldn't get close. Mu Yu's gaze congealed. With a solemn expression, he withdrew his shadow sword and walked a few steps to the side. Looking at Gui Pei Ming, who was still full of killing intent, he suddenly smiled. So close yet so far, no one could touch each other. Gui Pei Ming kept rushing forward in the air. After he rushed for a long time, he found that Mu Yu had already withdrawn his sword and stood in the same place. Only then did he understand. Gui Pei Ming also landed. He walked to Mu Yu's side and chopped towards Mu Yu with his axe. Mu Yu didn't move because he didn't need to dodge. That blood-red long axe had clearly chopped towards Mu Yu's head, but it couldn't fall. You still don't want to give up? Mu Yu stretched out his hand to push Gui Pei Ming away, but his hand couldn't touch Gui Pei Ming. This was a very strange feeling. The two people were clearly only an inch apart, but no one could touch each other. It was as if they were in two parallel worlds. The parallel lines didn't intersect and they couldn't touch each other. Consider yourself lucky. This strange place saved you. Gui Pei Ming coldly snorted and withdrew his ghost chi. Even the twin souls couldn't get close to Mu Yu. No one could hurt each other. Lucky? That's not necessarily true. Mu Yu walked to the banyan tree and touched it. The banyan tree was real, and he could touch it. He could even take back his shadow swords. But why couldn't he touch Gui cherishing life? Gui Pei Ming once again walked to the entrance of the cave. He no longer paid attention to Mu Yu and continued to ponder the mystery of this place. They racked their brains to come to this place, but they didn't know how to open the Sky Spill reincarnation seal to return to the past. Mu Yu initially thought that Gui Pei Ming had obtained the Sky Spill nebula and knew how to use the Sky Spill reincarnation seal. Now it seemed that Gui Pei Ming was just bluffing. The Sky Spill nebula wasn't the instruction manual for the Sky Spill reincarnation seal. Gui Pei Ming wanted to go back to the past to see who stole the soul returning to the heart. From a certain point of view, Mu Yu also wanted to know. Since the soul returning to the heart could save Deadwood Daddy, he didn't mind going back to the past. It was just that he couldn't go back to the past alone. Mu Yu didn't know when the Gate of Hell's treasure soul returning to the heart was stolen or what it looked like. Only Gui Pei Ming, who was from the Gate of Hell, knew these things. Mu Yu didn't know these things. He didn't know when and where he should go to find the person who stole the soul returning to the heart. Hey, little devil. I say, when was your soul returning to the heart stolen? How could you lose such a precious treasure so easily? Why didn't you put it in a safe and lock it with a steel chain or something? Why didn't you send a few hundred little devils to guard it? Mu Yu asked. Gui Pei Ming was still thinking around the Sky Spill nebula and didn't pay attention to Mu Yu. Since it's something from the Gate of Hell, don't you have any special magic to sense it? Mu Yu asked again. Gui Pei Ming faintly swept a glance at Mu Yu. He still didn't answer. What does the soul returning to the heart look like? Is it an ugly little devil's heart? Or is it a hard rock in a latrine pit? Mu Yu continued to ask. Bastard. You actually dare to compare our treasure with a latrine pit rock. Let me tell you, our soul returning to the heart is a... Gui Laochi angrily shouted. Shut up, Gui Laochi. Gui Pei Ming waved his hand and recalled the twins back into his body. He didn't let them speak casually. Gui Pei Ming looked at Mu Yu. What does the soul returning to the heart look like? Only the higher-ups of the Gate of Hell know. Even us ordinary people of the Gate of Hell don't know. Outsiders don't even have the chance to know. You don't deserve to know. Mu Yu laughed out loud. No one knew about it, but it was still stolen. What a joke. Could it be that there's a traitor in the Gate of Hell? Aya, my family is unfortunate. Gui Pei Ming's face showed anger, but he couldn't get angry. Then he seemed to have thought of something and sneered, don't think I don't know what you want to do. You want to know the whereabouts of the soul returning to the heart from my mouth and then come to stop me, right? You're wrong. I won't tell you when the soul returning to the heart was stolen. I also won't let you know the whereabouts of the soul returning to the heart. Just give up. Fuck, this little Japanese guy is really smart. Gui Pei Ming had always wanted to kill Mu Yu. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't as stupid as the other little Japanese guys. It was very easy to get information out of him. Although this guy was very annoying, he had to admit that he was a meticulous person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent by Gui Yeming to do this kind of thing. Gui Pei Ming was still looking for clues at the entrance of the cave. Mu Yu couldn't get information out of the little Japanese guy. He also didn't know what he should do, so he simply walked to the stone table and sat down. As soon as he sat down, he suddenly realized that there was another person sitting on the stone chair opposite him without him noticing. Chapter 663. When Mu Yu saw the appearance of the person in front of him, he cried out in shock, "Master?" Then he immediately stood up. But after he stood up, the stone chair opposite him was empty. There was no one there. Was it an illusion? Gui Zhenming turned his head to look at Mu Yu, who had sat down and then stood up. He found that Mu Yu was looking at the empty space in a daze and could not help but frown. But Mu Yu pretended to bend down and wipe the chair to cover up the abnormality and sat down again. Gui Zhenming looked at Mu Yu suspiciously and did not care about what Mu Yu was doing. But Mu Yu's heart was in a perilous situation. After he sat down, a handsome man appeared in front of him again. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and he seemed to have transcended the mortal world. His gentle and refined aura was as reliable as a mountain. It was as if as long as this person was here, there would be no more danger in the world. Mu Yu's master, Jenying Chen Feng. Mu Yu scratched his head and looked in the direction of Gui Zhenming, but found that there was no one at the entrance of the cave. He did not see Gui Zhenming's figure. After he sat down on the chair, he seemed to have come to another place, isolated from Gui Zhenming's probing. Fortunately, when he called out the word master, he sat down. Otherwise, Gui Zhenming would have sensed something. "Master, why are you here?" Mu Yu asked in bewilderment. "You called me master? In the future, I took in a disciple?" Jenying Chen Feng looked at Mu Yu with interest. "Future? What do you mean? Master, are you just a remnant of consciousness?" Mu Yu asked. He had already seen Daoist master Xian Jizi's remnant consciousness twice. Now that he saw his young master, Mu Yu naturally thought so. Jenying Chen Feng sat on the stone chair and looked at Mu Yu. He smiled kindly and said, "I am a person who lives in the past. Occasionally, I come here to look at the reincarnation seal." A person who lives in the past? Mu Yu didn't really understand this sentence, but the moment he saw his master, his nose turned sour, and the bitterness in his heart involuntarily surged up. Even if the master in front of him was someone who lived in the past, did the master in the past know that he would be framed by Jie in the future? "You have my sword intent, my shadow swords, and my naughty sword spirit in your pocket. However, I didn't teach you array techniques." "Didn't I teach you array techniques?" Jenying Chen Feng's eyes were incomparably clear. He did not see through the vicissitudes of the world, but he was filled with wisdom. He sat there like a warm harbor, making Mu Yu, who had been drifting for a long time, feel a sense of security. It was also this person in front of him who sealed the Demon King and locked up all the flesh-winged and horned monsters more than 5,000 years ago, preventing the destruction of the third heaven. Mu Yu took little Shuai out of his pocket, but little Shuai was snoring loudly. He even turned around and scratched his belly, not noticing anything. Jenying Chen Feng smiled and reached out to touch little Shuai. "Little guy, why are you so tired? Where did you go to be naughty?" A white light entered little Shuai's chest, and little Shuai opened his eyes in a daze. He looked suspiciously at Jenying Chen Feng and yawned. "Who are you?" Little Shuai's memories were very blurry. He did not remember Jianying Chen Feng. Jianying Chen Feng nodded thoughtfully. The sword spirit does not remember me. It seems that he has been reborn. Something must have happened in the future that I cannot stop. Mu Yu sighed. Master, my name is Mu Yu. In your future, you said that we could not learn array techniques, but I still secretly learned it. I'm sorry. Jianying laughed. You don't need to apologize to me. Everyone has their own choices. When you feel that your choice is clear in your heart, it is the right choice. I don't know if I have taught you this in the future. Mu Yu's heart warmed, and he nodded. Master would never blame them, whether it was in the past or now. Master, many things have happened in the outside world. I do not know how to explain it, and the current you. Mu Yu did not dare to continue. According to what Jianying Chen Feng said, he was a person who lived in the past. He did not know what would happen in the future. If Mu Yu told his master everything that had happened, Mu Yu was not sure if his master would believe him. I thought that I would never accept a disciple in my life. To me, all disciples are just passers-by. I do not want to boast, but none of the disciples that I have nurtured are ordinary people. They will change the order of this world, but I cannot easily interfere with this world. Furthermore, I do not like to see my favorite disciple slowly die. Jianying Chen Feng winked at Mu Yu kindly. An immortal and powerful person. In his long and endless life, everyone was just a passerby in his eyes. He would not die, but the disciples that he accepted would die. The lovers that he liked would also die. Once there was too much separation, it would make people feel tired. But if he nurtured a disciple, with his character of not restricting his disciple's actions, he would let his disciple choose his own life. His disciple would definitely shine brightly and become an overlord, influencing the entire cultivation world. Over time, after thousands of years, perhaps all the sects in the cultivation world would have inextricably linked to him. His disciple's shadow would be everywhere, and his shadow would also be everywhere. This was not the result that he wanted to see. In my opinion, the cultivation world should be diverse, and should not be interfered with by the people that I have nurtured. If the shadows of my disciples and grand disciples are everywhere, then in the future, everyone in the cultivation world will only revere my swordsmanship and formation skills. Many miraculous spells and talented people will gradually disappear, and then the cultivation world will become monotonous. So I don't understand what changed my mind in the future. Jianying Chen Feng was very curious about Mu Yu. He could not understand why his future self would suddenly accept a disciple. He was a young and wise man who did not want the entire cultivation world to become his world. But he did not want to change the world, and the world became the world of evil people. Mu Yu knew that his master was right. Xiong Nan was now using his own methods to quietly change the situation of the cultivation world. He wanted to use his own methods to fight against the threefold palace. Jianying Chen Feng's disciples were not cowards. Master, I do not know why you accepted us as disciples, but if you want to know, I can tell you everything that I have seen over the years, Mu Yu said. Jianying Chen Feng smiled and shook his head. No need. I live in the past. Why should I know about the future? I am just curious, but I do not want to know. Mu Yu was silent. He would never be able to see through his master. Jianying Chen Feng reached out his slender fingers and touched Little Shuai's head. Little Shuai looked at the person in front of him in a daze. He wagged his tail, but he did not dodge. Why do I feel like I have seen you before? Little Shuai lay on the table, holding his chin as he blinked. Little guy, since you have been reborn, it is normal for you to forget some things, Jianying Chen Feng said with a smile. Little Shuai mumbled a few words and yawned. Master, can the sky-evolving reincarnation seal really return me to the past? This was what Mu Yu wanted to know the most. Jianying Chen Feng raised his head and looked at Mu Yu. It looks like you are here to return to the past and see the buried truth. But returning to the past is very difficult to explain. You might not know what you want to know. You might not know what you want to know. What does that mean? Mu Yu did not understand. When he returned to the past, he could see many things that had been covered in dust. For example, Where did the flesh-winged horned monsters come from? How did the Demon King fight against the flesh-winged horned monsters? Mu Yu could find the answers to these questions in the past. But Jianying Chen Feng said that when he returned to the past, he might not know what he wanted to know. When people return to the past, they can change the past, but they also cannot change the past. Oftentimes, a careless thing you do in the past can have many different effects, Jianying Chen Feng slowly explained. Mu Yu looked puzzled. But Daoist Master Xian Jizi told me that the past cannot be changed. Otherwise, there will be many inexplicable contradictions. Why do you say that the past can be changed, but the past cannot be changed? I'll explain it to you like this. You can use the Skyspill reincarnation seal to return to the past. You can participate in the past. You can talk to people in the past and interfere with their decisions. You can even kill people in the past. That is changing the past. However, once the Skypierce reincarnation seal takes you away from the past and returns to the present, everything you've done in the past and any traces you've changed will be erased. How history develops, this is the past. The past cannot be changed, do you understand? Jianying and Chen Feng explained patiently. Mu Yu carefully listened to Jianying Chen Feng's words. He seemed to understand something. The heavenly Tao had its own rules. The Skyspill reincarnation seal could take a person back to the past, but it could not change the heavenly Tao's rules. If the trajectory of Mu Yu's life was a straight road, with no end and no fork in the road, he would keep moving forward on this road. The Skyspill reincarnation seal took him to the past, which meant that he returned to a place he had once walked on this path. At this moment, the Skyspill reincarnation seal was equivalent to opening up a new fork in the road. Mu Yu continued walking along the new path. Because of his participation, he changed the history of the new path, leading the world's trajectory to an unpredictable outcome. When the Skyspill reincarnation seal brought Mu Yu back, it would bring him back to the original path. The new path would disappear, and everything he had changed would turn into bubbles. History wouldn't change because of him. It was just that after returning to the past, he would know a lot of things that had happened in the past. Then why do you say that those who want to know might not know? Mu Yu continued asking. Little Shuai interrupted. I know that. For example, in the example I gave you last time, we returned to the past. I threw a boulder in the middle of the road, causing an old granny to fall and blackmail a pregnant lady. The lady couldn't afford the compensation and hung herself. That way, she wouldn't be able to give birth to the child. And if your real goal of returning to the past was to know what the lady's child looked like, but the lady died before giving birth, so naturally, she didn't have a child. Of course, you wouldn't know. So it's equivalent to you burying the truth of the matter, right? Jianying smiled slightly and reluctantly agreed with Little Shuai's explanation. Mu Yu resisted the urge to beat up Little Shuai. This fellow kept using him as an example. He was asking for a beating. However, with Little Shuai's explanation, it was a lot clearer. For example, if he wanted to return to the past to see who stole the soul converge from the people at the gate of hell, but if he did something that inadvertently stopped the person who stole the soul converge, that person changed their plan and didn't steal the soul converge, then the soul converge from the gate of hell wouldn't be lost. Mu Yu wouldn't be able to find out who this person was. So when you return to the past, try not to kill or stop anyone. Also, don't tell anyone about the future. Only then will you be able to get the answer you want to know. Do you understand? Jianying said. Mu Yu nodded. Then, he was stunned. Didn't this mean that his master would help him? Master, I thought you would stop me from returning to the past. Since you are my future disciple, then do whatever you want to do. I won't stop my disciple from doing anything because I believe that you do things with a clear conscience, right? Jianying Chen Feng smiled kindly at Mu Yu. Chapter 664. Halfway up the mountain on the Skyspill reincarnation seal, Gui Shiming was still pondering over the Skyspill nebula at the entrance of the cave. Mu Yu was calmly sitting on a stone chair, staring blankly at the empty stone table in front of him. Gui Shiming did not know that Mu Yu's mind had already wandered to another place, conversing with Jian Ying and Chen Feng. Master, how do I go back to the past? Mu Yu asked. Jian Ying and Chen Feng politely asked, have you learned the so close, yet worlds apart formation? Mu Yu nodded. The method to break so close, yet worlds apart is a very simple formation that very few people know. In the future, I might have some misgivings about not teaching you the formation, but since you have already learned it, then I don't have any misgivings. I will teach you a very practical formation called worlds apart. When the time comes, you will understand how to break so close, yet worlds apart. Jian Ying and Chen Feng smiled. Worlds apart. Mu Yu felt that it was very novel. He had never heard of such a formation before. That's right. Horizon apart is an extremely powerful array technique in the Sky Sword 9 Guides array. I noticed that the Sky Sword 9 Guides sword array you've learned has yet to be fully formed. I'm afraid you haven't mastered many sword arrays yet. In the future, I am really old and confused. Why didn't I teach you the sword formation completely? Jian Ying and Chen Feng smiled and shook his head. He did not understand his own thoughts about the future. Mu Yu looked at his master who called him old and confused and felt a sense of familiarity. His master had his reasons for everything he did. Even if he mocked himself, it was still very amiable and respectable. So close, yet worlds apart magnifies a small distance infinitely. It is so close, yet so far away. However, worlds apart is the opposite. It is so far away, yet so close to you. You only saw the moment I stabbed out, but your chest had already been pierced. This is the power of worlds apart. Jian Ying extended his hand and a white light surged out from his hand. Then, he tapped Mu Yu's forehead. A mysterious rune transformed into a sharp sword energy, which immediately reverberated within Mu Yu's mind. Mu Yu's mind was filled with the image of a white-robed sword shadow, Chen Feng, standing proudly in the wind as he stared at the mountain that was thousands of li away. The heaven's sword in his hand gently hummed and swayed. The sword light turned slightly and turned into ripples that spread out. He thrust out his sword, and before the tip of the sword could even slice through the mountain, it was as if the mountain thousands of li away had been pulled right in front of him, and it was pierced through by a sudden and majestic sword chi. Even before the sword was fully unleashed, the mountain had already collapsed. Taking the head of an enemy general from 1,000 li away was nothing more than this. It was just a simple sword, but it seemed to encompass thousands of worlds. A simple movement, not a simple concept, everything was wrapped within that sword. Mu Yu looked at Jian Ying Chen Feng's sword in amazement. That movement continued to play out in Mu Yu's mind and was unable to completely disperse. He had been trying to capture his master's concept, wanting to catch up with his master's sword intent and use it as his own. With the world in your heart, worlds apart are close. Jian Ying Chen Feng's words once again reverberated in Mu Yu's mind. With the world in your heart, worlds apart are close. With one's heart, all living things under the heavens would be within reach no matter how far away they were. That was the might that Jian Ying Chen Feng once possessed. Now, Mu Yu could only look up. Jian Ying Chen Feng's sword was all-encompassing, and Mu Yu could only take a scoop of thousands of weak water. But this scoop was enough for him to comprehend for a long time. Mu Yu suddenly opened his eyes. The black and white runes in his eyes flashed and disappeared, turning into sword energy and disappearing. Thank you, Master. Mu Yu looked at his master's young appearance. The feelings in his heart were indescribable. He hoped that his master, who lived in the past, would know the dangers of the future and be on guard against the schemes of the threefold palace in the future. Jian Ying Chen Feng laughed. The me who lived in the past did not know you. But since I have accepted you as my disciple in the future, I naturally have to take responsibility for you. I do not want to know why you want to return to the past or what you want to do, but I know that you will definitely do what you want to do. Mu Yu had returned to the past because he wanted to know who had the soul returning to the heart from the gate of hell. He wanted to find the soul returning to the heart to repair Deadwood Daddy's soul. There were many people in his life who were very important to him. Deadwood Daddy, Jian Ying Chen Feng, and Mu Yu did not want anything to happen to them. Uncle, Do you have to teach everyone who comes here wanting to return to the past? Little Shuai asked in a daze. Jianying Chen Feng held Little Shuai in his arms and patted his head. Little guy, I am here to prevent anyone from returning to the past. Without my permission, they cannot enter the cave. Do you understand? My name is Little Shuai, not Little Guy. Little is little as in Little Shuai, and Shuai is Shuai as in Little Shuai. Little Shuai said unhappily, but he did not reject Jianying Chen Feng's touch. This was because Little Shuai could feel a familiar aura from Jianying Chen Feng. Master. Many times, Mu Yu felt that certain feelings could not be expressed with words. Jianying Chen Feng had prevented others from entering, but he had allowed Mu Yu to go in and do his thing. I have no reason not to trust someone who can be my disciple in the future, Jianying Chen Feng said with a smile. Mu Yu nodded and then asked, Master, the guy from the Gate of Hell wants to return to the past to find the person who stole Soul Return to Heart. Only he knows where and when Soul Return to Heart was stolen. So, I have to follow him back to the past. Is that okay? There was nothing he could do about it. Gui Jiming knew where Soul Return to Heart was, but Mu Yu did not. So, he had to take the risk and go back to the past with Gui Jiming. As for how to deal with Gui Jiming after returning, he had already thought of that. The Gate of Hell's Soul Return to Heart? Is that item missing in the future? Jianying Chen Feng rubbed his chin and said, Once you unlock so close, yet so far, I will not be able to protect you. I am just someone who lives in the past. I do not have the power to harm others. So, you have to be careful. Mu Yu looked at Jianying Chen Feng again. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. In the end, he said, Master, you are someone who lives in the past, but I still hope you can be wary of Bai Jie from the three palaces in the future. He is a treacherous person. He is not worthy of your trust. You should know that saying that to me is useless. I am someone who lives in the past. I do not want to know about the future. Jianying Chen Feng was still as calm as ever. Even if he knew someone was going to harm him in the future, he did not want to know. Mu Yu forced a smile and said, I know, but if you say it out loud, I will feel better. As he said that, he stood up from the stone chair. Jianying Chen Feng had already disappeared, and Xiao Shuai landed on the stone table. The old banyan tree swayed in the wind. Everything was still calm. Mu Yu looked at Gui Jiming, who was still trying to find his way into the cave. He picked up Xiao Shuai and placed him on his shoulder. He then said, Hey, Japanese, let's make a deal. Gui Jiming turned around and coldly looked at Mu Yu. A deal? That's right. I know how to enter the cave, and I know how to return to the past. However, I must go with you. Mu Yu said. Gui Jiming sneered. Why should I believe you? Because you have no other choice. Mu Yu slowly walked towards Gui Jiming. When he reached Gui Jiming's side, a golden rune appeared in his hand. He slapped Gui Jiming's face. Are you still wasting your energy? Gui Jiming did not move because he knew that there was a strange array here. Mu Yu could not touch him. However, Gui Jiming was wrong this time. Pa! A heart-stirring sound rang out. Gui Jiming angrily covered his face. A red palm print had already appeared on his face. Mu Yu's slap was not merciful at all. If it was not for Gui Jiming's life, he could even take advantage of Gui Jiming's unguarded state and directly kill him. Your skin is thicker than Xiao Shuai's. It's quite painful to hit. Mu Yu shook his hand. Gui Jiming always had a self-righteous look and was always filled with killing intent. Mu Yu had long wanted to slap this guy. Nonsense. Whose skin can be thicker than mine? Xiao Shuai retorted. You're courting death. Gui Jiming was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He thought that the array here prevented both sides from touching. He did not expect that he would be hit by Mu Yu. If Mu Yu was holding a sword just now, wouldn't the consequences be unimaginable? Gui Jiming was extremely angry. After being slapped by Mu Yu, he thought that the array here had lost its effect. A blood-red long axe immediately appeared in his hand and chopped down at Mu Yu. However, Mu Yu also followed his example and did not dodge at all. The blood-red long axe kept chopping down in the air, but it was unable to hit Mu Yu. Mu Yu backhanded another slap. However, this time Gui Jiming learned his lesson. He dodged and looked at Mu Yu vigilantly. What a pity. I knew that the god's soul wood was useless against him. Mu Yu felt some regret in his heart. When Mu Yu gave Gui Jiming a slap, the god's soul wood in his hand also pierced Gui Jiming's skin. However, it was stopped by a sinister ghost chi. This guy had long been on guard against the attack of the god's soul wood. Perhaps when the matter of controlling Gui Hongyu was discovered, the people of the Gate of Hell had already made countermeasures. How is this possible? How on earth did you do it? Gui Jiming was very angry. He completely did not understand what happened just now. Why was Mu Yu able to hit him so easily while he could not hit him? Want to go back to the past? You can only rely on me now. Let's go to the past and see where the soul returning to the heart is. Mu Yu raised the golden rune in his hand. The rune caused a ripple to appear in the surroundings so near, yet poles apart. Gui Jiming's eyes wavered. He did not expect that the initiative would be in Mu Yu's hands. Why are you not restricted by the rune here? Gui Jiming asked in a deep voice. Because we are handsome. Little Shuai grinned on Mu Yu's shoulder. What nonsense are you talking about? Mu Yu also laughed. Gui Jiming clenched his fist. He came to the demon-subduing pagoda this time to go back to the past to find the whereabouts of the soul returning to the heart. It was not easy to come here, but he was stuck outside. Although he did not know how Mu Yu did it, he also understood that he had to cooperate with Mu Yu. Okay. Gui Jiming pondered for a moment and agreed. Because he thought that even if Mu Yu knew the whereabouts of the soul returning to the heart, Mu Yu had no way to take it away from the past. Knowing that after the soul returning to the heart, he had to leave the demon-subduing pagoda. At that time, Mu Yu might not be able to leave the demon-subduing pagoda alive. Chapter 665. The Horizon Neighbor Array Technique and the So Close, Yet Worlds Apart Array Technique were the opposite of each other. After Mu Yu used the Horizon Neighbor Array Technique, he was able to freely travel through the Sky Spill Nebula that was under the effect of the So Close, Yet Worlds Apart Array Technique. His entire body was wrapped in golden runes, which wrapped around Gui Jiming. He stretched out his hand and gently parted the dense fog of the Sky Spill Nebula. A ripple appeared in the dense fog. Following that, Mu Yu's entire body slowly stepped into a starry sky. There were flickering nebulas everywhere, revolving around their own trajectories. Mu Yu stood there as if he was overlooking the entire vast starry sky. It was vast and majestic, and he felt a burst of insignificance and reverence. Gui Jiming followed behind Mu Yu without saying a word. He only vigilantly looked around, guarding against any unexpected threats. It was impossible for him to completely trust Mu Yu. He always suspected that Mu Yu would use a stick on him. Mu Yu was too lazy to care about Gui Jiming. He passed through the layers of hazy nebulas and saw a long fog of seven-colored starlight under his feet. The starlight slowly flowed, as if it was mysterious like flowing water. There were specks of starlight everywhere. Gui Jiming glanced at Mu Yu, walked to the front, and stretched out his hand to grab a piece of starlight. The starlight was held in his hand, and then it gradually enlarged. Those starlight were actually small balls. The inside of the small balls was like a small world. There were all kinds of scenes flashing by from time to time. There were all kinds of demon beasts fighting, mortals farming, cultivators fighting, and even rain and thunder. These small balls gently rotated. Some of them fused together, and some of them separated from each other. These small balls seemed to contain the things that happened in a certain hour. They were connected to each other, but they were also independent. Speak. Which year do you want to go back to? Mu Yu asked. Gui Jiming gently waved his hand. The starlight on the path quickly retreated, leaving behind rays of brilliance behind Mu Yu. At this moment, they seemed to be in a long passageway, and the two sides of the passageway were filled with starlight. Every once in a while, Gui Jiming would stop and check a certain image in the starlight to confirm the time before continuing on. After half a quarter of an hour, Gui Jiming suddenly stopped, and coldly swept a glance at Muyu, then stretched out his hand and pointed at a small ball. The small ball began to slowly expand, and Gui Xiaming had already jumped into the small ball. Muyu immediately followed and jumped into the small ball. It was as if he had jumped into a huge bubble, and the air around him was being squeezed. He felt as if he was being torn apart by something, and all the spiritual energy in his body was being confined, unable to be used. Then, a flash of light streaked past. Muyu's eyes flashed, and his body fell down. A gentle breeze blew, and the blue waves rippled. The clear lake water rippled and splashed. 3 beautiful silhouettes were playing with each other in the water, laughing and chatting. "Xiao Yang, I haven't seen the man you like yet." The one who spoke was a long-haired woman. She was leisurely floating in the lake, and the water splashed on her body. Her whole body was faintly discernible on the surface of the water, bobbing up and down, making people's imagination run wild. This woman's skin was like congealed fat, like a fairy who didn't eat the food of mortals, exuding an otherworldly temperament. Senior sister Piao Miao, Xiao Yang can't forget her little sweetheart. At that time, she was intimate with him for a long time in the 50-mile garden in the south, and didn't want us anymore. Another playful girl on the side laughed. She only revealed her head in the water, and her facial features were exquisite and cute, as delicate as a porcelain doll. Junior sister Xiao, don't talk nonsense. I went to the Goddess Beauty Salon in the 50-mile garden in the south to buy skincare cream and got to know him. We are just friends. The girl called Xiao Yang rebuked. Xiao Yang looked to be in her 20s. Her skin was fair, and her long eyelashes were especially charming. She swam towards Xiao, revealing her smooth back. Water droplets were jumping on her back. When she stopped, something in front of her chest was half hidden in the water. The Goddess Beauty Salon. I think you went to find your little sweetheart to do skincare for you. Speaking of which, Sister Xiao Yang's skin is really getting better and better, even here is different. Xiao laughed and grabbed Xiao Yang's chest. Xiao Yang's finger lightly flicked, and a small water curtain rippled from the water, blocking Xiao's hand. Ah, Sister Xiao Yang won't let me touch it. You must only want to let your little sweetheart touch it. So bad. Xiao rolled her eyes, and with a turn of her lily-white hand, she broke the water curtain and continued to move forward. Aren't you still thinking about your little dummy? Who's that from the Sword Cleansing Valley? Xiao Yang laughed and continued to block. I think he's fine. Water splashed everywhere, and the 2 figures intertwined and played together in the water. The water curtain was hazy, and the waves were clear and crystalline. Their graceful bodies were faintly discernible in the water, graceful and moving. But at this moment, a flash of light suddenly appeared in the air. This flash of light came too suddenly, and the 3 girls didn't notice it. Immediately after, a whirlpool surged above the pool. The whirlpool carried mysterious spiritual energy, and a faint shout came from the whirlpool. Ah! Don't fall into the latrine pit. Muyu rolled out of the whirlpool, and with a plop sound, he fell directly into the water. When he came back to his senses, he found that his imprisoned spiritual energy had been restored. He quickly flopped twice, and his head was exposed, and he was greatly relieved. Muyu spat out a water column from his mouth, and the water droplets sprayed far away. Fortunately, it's not a latrine pit. Then he suddenly found that he seemed to be stared at by 3 pairs of unfriendly eyes. What a coincidence, you guys are also here. Muyu blinked his eyes, and looked at the 3 girls in front of him, whose smiles froze, bobbing up and down in the water. Then he opened his mouth, and his brain short-circuited. Did I do something wrong? Muyu laughed dryly. No, it's beautiful, sister. Aya, I'm so happy, so happy. Xiao Shuai's face was filled with a silly smile, and he quickly wiped his snot. He jumped on top of Muyu's head, and smacked his lips twice. He stared at the 3 girls' bodies, and laughed until his eyes disappeared. Ah! Why is there a man here? Xiao Yang and Xiao cried out in surprise. Only then did they react, and quickly fell into the water, only revealing their heads, and angrily staring at the unknown outsider. As for Piao Miao Fairy, she directly stood up, and the ripples were wrapped around her body by her spiritual energy. She floated onto the shore, and when she turned around, she was already covered in a layer of light gauze, and her graceful body was faintly discernible under the light gauze. "How dare you? You dare to intrude into our red dust saintess pool. You're courting death." Piao Miao Fairy shouted, and the spiritual energy in her hand circulated. Pink lotus phantoms intertwined in the air, and quickly floated towards Mu Yu. Lotus flowers bloomed in the air, beautiful but with a dangerous aura. "Ah! Red dust saintess pool, red dust lotus arts? I've come to the red dust sect." Mu Yu looked at the lotus flowers falling towards him from the sky, and quickly jumped out of the water. His body swayed, and all the water droplets evaporated. The runes under his feet surged, and he was already standing on the willow tree by the shore. "No, I'm just passing by to buy soy sauce. Ah, the prices are rising now, and soy sauce is really expensive. I'll go find the soy sauce boss to judge. I won't disturb you, you can continue." Mu Yu quickly said. Returning to the past, he could indeed participate in the matters of the past. However, he remembered that Gui Shiming also came here, but why didn't he see Gui Shiming's shadow? "Pervert, you actually dare to peep, and even trespass into the red dust sect. You have already committed a capital offense." Piao Miao Fairy's light gauze suddenly grew longer, and wrapped around the two girls in the water, temporarily blocking certain places. "Wow, Mu Yu, look at that big sister, she looks like Tian Ran. Their soft places are also similar. I want to hug them." Xiao Shuai laid on Mu Yu's head, and rubbed his fists. "Tian Ran? Hey, it's really her. Could she be Miao Yuyen?" Mu Yu exclaimed. That would be his master's wife. It's over, it's over. After seeing his master's wife's body, Master and Deadwood Daddy will definitely kill me. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I am a good youth with 3 virtues, 4 beauties, 5 principles, and 6 virtues. Even Master praised me for being pure and kind. I really didn't lie to you. Mu Yu saw that the 3 of them had already started to attack at the same time. The sky was filled with red dust lotus arts. These 3 girls were about the same age as Mu Yu, and their cultivation was also at the spirit severing stage. However, the 3 of them working together was no joke. Shameless. Despicable. Despicable. The tyrannical lotus shadows suddenly scattered, and the petals rotated, turning into the sharpest killing weapon, chopping down from various angles. Mu Yu could only dodge. He knew that he was in the wrong, so he quickly ran into the forest without saying anything. However, a red lotus had already bloomed in the sky. The red lotus was in full bloom, and a tyrannical wave spread far and wide. That was the signal that something big had happened in the red dust sect. In an instant, the entire red dust sect was alarmed. What's going on? A cold voice stepped through the void, and appeared directly above the red dust saintess pool. This was a very sacred woman, dignified and solemn. Her cultivation was actually at the tribulation passing stage. Misty Cloud and the other 2 hurriedly bowed and said, "Elder Ruo Shu, a man just broke into the red dust saintess pool. Xiao and junior sister Yang have already gone to chase after him. Which pervert dares to behave atrociously outside the red dust sect? Send out all the disciples and find him for me." Elder Ruo Shu frowned. At the same time, her tyrannical aura swept across the entire mountain, and she began to search for the whereabouts of the pervert. As for the innocent pervert, he was crying in the trees. When he returned to the past, his master had told him that it was best not to disturb the past. Otherwise, it was very likely that it would affect the direction of the past, and he would not be able to obtain the information he wanted. But who would have thought that the first thing Mu Yu did after transmigrating was to fall into the red dust saintess pool? This was enough to shake the entire red dust sect. I'm really innocent. Mu Yu spread his hands and looked at the female disciples of the red dust sect flying past him. Xiao Shuai, on the other hand, was excitedly looking at the passing women. He pointed at them and said, "This one is an apple, this one is a lychee, this one is almost as big as a watermelon." The so-called apple, lychee, and watermelon was a standard that Xiao Shuai had invented to measure the size of a woman's soft areas. At this moment, Long Ting had also been woken up and was commenting with Xiao Shuai. Big Rat, what kind of fruit do you think Miao Yuyan came from? Long Ting asked. I just looked at it. It should be a pear, Xiao Shuai said. Nonsense, it's obviously a coconut, Mu Yu immediately retorted. Then, he realized that this discussion was not quite right. Mu Yu coughed twice and said bitterly, can the two of you stop talking about the big fruit and the small fruit? We should be looking for a way out now. We are good young men with dreams and aspirations. We are righteous and elegant. How can we not think about improving ourselves and focus on such things as girls? I usually don't care about such details. Tian Ran is the size of an apple, right? Long Teng asked. Tian Ran is the size of a coconut, Mu Yu said without hesitation. Chapter 666. Because of the appearance of the lecher, the entire Red Dust sect was enraged. They had a common enemy and were about to flip the entire Red Dust sect upside down. It was obvious what would happen if he was caught by the Red Dust sect in this situation. If they went back to the past and participated in it, then the people in the past would kill them. Therefore, Mu Yu didn't dare to be careless. Mu Yu was still feeling bad about watching Miao Yuyan bathe. However, little Shuai kept comforting him. When they returned to their own future, everything that happened here would be erased. Therefore, he didn't need to worry. Master and old man wouldn't know. So we can go around watching people bathe. After we leave the past, nothing will happen. Little Shuai shook his butt. Mu Yu flicked little Shuai's head. Ever since little Shuai read Shimen Wuji versus Pan Enlian published by the Evil Faction bookstore, he became old and playful. But speaking of which, where did that Japanese guy go? Why didn't he come with us? Also, why did we just happen to fall into the Saintus Pond? Dragon Vine asked. When you travel through time, because your presence increases in this time and space, the time and space will treat you as a part of this world. However, this time and space doesn't have any traces of your existence, so you will be teleported to the side of someone related to you and be treated as that person. After a pause, little Shuai continued, we just happened to land in this area under the Red Dust sect's jurisdiction, and the person related to us in this area should be Tian Ran. Tian Ran might not have been born at this time, so she was teleported to her mother's side. Hey, there's such a rule when traveling through time and space. Mu Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then, peeking at the Saintess bathing really wasn't a coincidence. He could only say that his master's wife shouldn't be bathing at this time. The guilt in his heart lessened slightly. He was glad that what happened here wouldn't affect his own time and space. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to explain it to his master and Deadwood Daddy. According to what you said, the Japanese guy should be teleported somewhere near the Red Dust sect. Then, we need to find someone related to his presence. This was actually very difficult because Mu Yu did not know what kind of person Gui Paiming was. But then he remembered that the Red Dust sect was in charge of this area. Perhaps one of the disciples of the Gate of Hell was working in one of the nearby cities. So, all he had to do was find someone from the Gate of Hell. Mu Yu was constantly shuttling through the forest, but the current situation was very bad, because the Red Dust sect and the Pill Cauldron School were the same. They were also protected by a very powerful formation, and it was impossible to rely on the trees to directly pass through. Fortunately, it was said that Zhuge Xiaosheng had set up the Red Dust sect's formation in the past. Although Mu Yu hadn't come to the Red Dust sect for fieldwork when he was in the Array faction, he had carefully examined the Red Dust sect's protective formation and discovered that the chaotic yin and yang in his body could break the formation to a certain extent. The chaotic yin and yang could only unleash its true power when it was combined with the Array Palace. Normally, it could only control some simple arrays. It was unable to control extremely complex arrays or arrays that had an array domain. But all arrays had flaws, and as long as he could find this flaw, he could use the chaotic yin and yang to control them. The Red Dust sect's formation would temporarily stop on the evening of the 20th of every month. At that time, Mu Yu would have a chance to get out. Mu Yu didn't know what day it was today. He used the trees to reach a small forest at the foot of the red dust sect's mountain. This was the weakest part of the protective formation. According to the degree of activity of the array pattern, Muyu calculated that the array formation would stagnate for 3 days. Muyu couldn't get out now, so he could only wait. During the process of escaping, Muyu had a rough idea of the red dust sect's terrain. The red dust sect was made up of several mountain peaks, but their peaks were all thousands of meters tall. They were incomparably gorgeous palaces, and there were also beautiful celestial ponds. The water in the ponds was jade green, and it was likely that the Queen Mother of the West's Jade Lake was inferior to it. There wasn't a single male in the sect. Usually, when guests from other sects came to visit, they would only go to a relatively grand palace at the foot of the mountain. The path up the mountain was strictly guarded, and outsiders couldn't fly up. Therefore, the sudden appearance of Muyu, this lecher, on the mountain could be said to have shocked the entire red dust sect. This was a dereliction of duty on the part of the disciple on duty. At this moment, the entire red dust sect was filled with people on patrol. Perhaps, as soon as Muyu emerged from the trees, several women would immediately jump out and capture him. The women of the red dust sect had already searched the entire sect. Something so big had happened that even the sect master was alarmed. Waves of terrifying auras swept the mountain. They thought that the scoundrel wouldn't be able to escape with the sect master personally catching him. Who would have thought that this scoundrel was so resourceful? After happily watching the holy maiden bathe, he slipped away. This was a provocation to the dignity of the red dust sect. They swore to find the scoundrel and skin him alive. But no matter how much the sect master showed her might, or how much the disciples of the red dust sect searched, Muyu just lay in the trees and listened to the handsome Long Ting and Long Teng talk about the types of fruits the women of the red dust sect ate. Occasionally, he would add a few words and wait for the red dust sect's protective formation to weaken before leaving. He thought of using the divine soul wood to control a woman and have her run away with Mu Ling. But these few days, the disciples of the red dust sect were forbidden from leaving the sect. Before the scoundrel was rescued, no one was allowed to leave. So, Muyu didn't try this method. 3 days passed quickly, and the red dust sect was still on high alert. They didn't catch the scoundrel, so they thought that he must have successfully escaped from the red dust sect. So, they began to search every path up the mountain. But Muyu never imagined that on this night, at the weakest point of the formation, a cold-faced woman with a tribulation passing stage would appear. It was Elder Ruoshu. Damn it, how could I forget? When the Array faction helped to build this formation, they must have told the Red Dust sect about the formation's weakness. Since the 20th of every month was the formation's weakest point, they would definitely send someone to guard this place on the 20th of every month. To think that Muyu had foolishly waited here for so many days. Looks like we have to find a way to create chaos and leave through the Red Dust sect's exit. Muyu pondered. He had wanted to try this for a long time, but the Red Dust sect had been guarding the entrance tightly for the past 2 days. The exit was even in the air, so even a fly couldn't fly in. But just as he was flying towards the Red Dust sect's exit, he saw a familiar girl floating past. Oh, it's Mistress. Muyu recognized Miao Yuyan's figure at a glance. To be honest, Miao Yuyan and Tian Ran were 70 to 80% similar. Although he had never seen Miao Yuyan before, it wasn't difficult to recognize her figure. It was already late at night, so logically speaking, most of the female disciples should be asleep. But Miao Yuyan seemed to be sneaking around. She even cautiously avoided the fellow disciples who were on guard duty at night. It seemed like she was up to something shameful. Muyu thought that since he couldn't leave, he followed Miao Yuyan's figure. Miao Yuyan quietly landed behind a rock halfway up the mountain. She secretly looked around and saw that there was no one around. A ray of light flashed in her hand, and a sparkling and translucent jade pendant suddenly appeared in her hand. The jade pendant emitted a faint green light, and there seemed to be something moving inside it. Isn't this? Muyu was astonished. The jade pendant emitted a powerful formation pattern. The pattern was extremely pure, and it was exactly the same as the Red Dust sect's protective formation. Miao Yuyan held the jade pendant and pressed it in the air. The jade pendant suddenly spun and emitted a faint light. Then, the protective formation that was originally invisible in the surroundings actually revealed itself. The inscriptions on the protective formation pattern seemed to have been summoned and gathered on the green jade pendant. The green jade pendant emitted a ray of light, melting a small hole half the size of a person into the formation pattern. Hey! This is a formation that can deceive the heavens. How can it be used on a protective formation? Muyu was shocked by this strange jade pendant. He was certain that it wasn't specially made by the Array faction, because the Array faction wouldn't make such a key-like item for any sect's protective formation. It went against the Array faction's principles of doing business. Moreover, the formation pattern on this jade pendant was extremely complicated. It was clearly made to deceive the protective formation. Muyu reckoned that even Zhuge Xiaosheng couldn't make this jade pendant. Muyu himself couldn't do it either. Could it be that Master or Deadwood Daddy made this for Mistress? Muyu felt that this possibility was very high. At this moment, Miao Yuyan had already carefully stepped over the small hole. This was the way out. Don't close the door, don't close the door. There's someone else. Muyu immediately came out of the tree without hesitation. Just as Miao Yuyan was about to turn around and retrieve the jade pendant, Muyu grabbed her hand. Who is it? Miao Yuyan was shocked and asked in horror. However, her voice was very soft. Because she was also doing something shameful, she was afraid that she would attract the attention of the disciples on duty. It's me, Muyu hurriedly said. He had nothing to be afraid of. Although if Miao Yuyan shouted at this moment, it would definitely attract everyone's attention. When that time came, Muyu wouldn't be able to escape. However, he knew that Miao Yuyan definitely wouldn't shout. Possessing this jade pendant that allowed one to freely enter and exit the Red Dust sect was a huge crime. Even Miao Yuyan herself was violating the sect's rules. With the help of the faint light, Miao Yuyan clearly saw Muyu's face. She exclaimed, "Ah, you're that pervert." "Yes, I'm that pervert." "Ah Pui, I'm not a pervert. I'm a good and sunny young man," Muyu said in a serious tone. You're still here. Let go of my hand. Aren't you afraid that I'll get someone to arrest you?" Miao Yuyan recalled the time when she was seen naked. Her face immediately flushed red, and she angrily reprimanded him. "Then you can come and arrest me. At most, we'll be discovered together. Then I'll expose you, and we'll all be finished together." Muyu laughed, but didn't let go. He realized that when Miao Yuyan spoke, even her expression was very similar to Tian Ran's. Miao Yuyan angrily glared at Muyu. Muyu's threat was very effective on her. If the elders found out about her possession of this jade pendant, she would definitely be punished by the Red Dust sect. "Then what do you want?" Miao Yuyan angrily asked in a low voice. "I just want to go out with you," Muyu said very innocently. "No, you trespassed into our Red Dust sect. I can't let you leave," Miao Yuyan said seriously. "Oh, so that's how it is. Then you'll be outside, and I'll be inside. If you don't let me leave, I won't let go. Let's wait until dawn," Muyu said. "You're shameless." Miao Yuyan's face was red, and she was a little anxious. If they waited until dawn, then they would be exposed. She hesitated for a long time, but finally nodded. "Fine. Then hurry up and come out. Also, when you come out, you have to explain everything clearly to me. Why did you trespass into our Red Dust sect?" Well, we're all on the same side." Muyu chuckled, let go of her hand, and went out. Chapter 667. It was just an ordinary sword, not one of the 9 heavenly swords. The red dust mantra flowed on the sword, and a pink glow bloomed on the blade. "Isn't it unwise to use your sword here? You'll expose yourself," Muyu kindly reminded. Miao Yuyan glared at Muyu angrily. A lotus flower suddenly appeared in her hand. A thin thread burst out from the center of the lotus flower and bloomed on Muyu's arm, firmly binding Muyu's arm to hers. "Hey, don't be like this. We're all good kids, aren't we?" Muyu struggled a little. Although the spiritual energy of the lotus flower was very strong, it was not impossible to shake it off. Miao Yuyan's current cultivation was not as high as Mu Yu's, but Mu Yu did not immediately undo the bindings. He still had some things to ask Miao Yuyan. P2E, barging into the red dust sect and peeking at us bathing. He's definitely not a good person. Miao Yuyang snorted and took back the jade pendant. The defensive array gradually returned to its original state and disappeared. Mu Yu exclaimed, "Who made this jade pendant for you? Sword Shadow, Dust Wind, or Deadwood Evergreen?" Miao Yuyan's expression changed, and she refuted, "No, no one made it for me. This is my sect's sacred artifact." Mu Yu laughed dryly. If the Red Dust sect could make such a mysterious jade pendant, then it would be strange. In a way, this jade pendant was like a formation rune stone. It was just that the formation rune stone could break many formations, but this jade pendant was specially made for the Red Dust sect's protective formation. Sacred artifact. I'm sure Deadwood Evergreen made it for you. Mu Yu said with a grin. Mu Yu's master was such a serious person, he did not seem like someone who would make a jade pendant. Deadwood Evergreen was such a devoted person, he would go through fire and water for Miao Yuyan, let alone make a jade pendant. No, it's not him. I can't implicate her. Aya, no, no. Miao Yuyan's eyes were evasive, and the way she lied was exactly the same as Tian Ran's. The two's charm was so similar that at some point, Mu Yu thought that the person in front of him was Tian Ran. Mu Yu suddenly missed Tian Ran very much. He didn't know how Tian Ran was doing right now. But right at this moment, a sharp whistling sound could be heard from afar. Miao Yuyan's face paled. Oh no, it's the senior on duty. Who's there? The powerful aura of the form synthesis stage instantly fell on Mu Yu and Miao Yuyan. Then, numerous lotus flowers floated in the air, illuminating the entire sky. Mu Yu and Miao Yuyan, who were unable to dodge in time, were also illuminated. Junior Sister Yu Yang, why are you here? Who is this man? This woman was dressed in black, and she was like a blooming black lotus in the dark night. Ah, Senior Sister Nangong, I. Miao Yuyan was at a loss for words. She didn't know how to explain to this Senior Sister Nangong that appearing outside the Red Dust sect in the middle of the night and having an ambiguous relationship with a man was against the sect rules. This black-clothed woman was called Nangong Jing. She glanced at Miao Yuyan, and her face changed. Junior Sister, are you and this man? Mu Yu shook his head. Black spirit force surged in his hand, and he removed the lotus flower binding him. Then, he turned around and grabbed Miao Yuyan's neck. He pretended to be ferocious and laughed. Don't come over. This girl was hit by my spring blossom scatter, and I haven't even gotten intimate with her yet. I didn't expect you to come over and interfere. How unlucky. I'm warning you, don't come over, or I'll kill her. Her. Miao Yuyan didn't react. Mu Yu's hand drew a formation rune and blocked Miao Yuyan's mouth. Miao Yuyan groaned and couldn't speak. Nangong Jing's face was filled with anger. Spring blossom scatter? No wonder my junior sister looked so weird. You actually gave my junior sister this kind of medicine. You're asking for death. Hurry up and let go of my junior sister, or you'll die without a burial place. Spring blossom scatter was a powerful aphrodisiac. It was specially used to do the deed between men and women. Die without a burial place? It's not bad to drag a goddess down with me. Mu Yu laughed. Now that he was discovered by Nangong Jing, if he escaped, Miao Yuyan would be in trouble. Miao Yuyan wouldn't be able to explain why she was here. Perhaps the matter of that jade pendant would be discovered, and Miao Yuyan would be punished by the sect. Although this wouldn't happen after he left this space-time. But thinking that Miao Yuyan sneaked out to see Deadwood Daddy or Master Mu Yu, he still decided to help Miao Yuyan this time. Shameless. Are you the pervert who peeked at the goddess bathing that day? Nangong Jing's voice was very loud. Many people had heard the commotion and rushed over. Mu Yu rolled her eyes. She didn't do anything on purpose. Why was he always calling her a pervert? It was really unpleasant to hear. But in the end, he still said reluctantly, yes, I'm that flower admirer. A pervert is a pervert. Flower admirer. Give me your life. Nangong Jing roared. She had already sent out a signal, and many female disciples of the Red Dust sect appeared around them. They all glared at Mu Yu. Luckily, these things can be erased. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain. Mu Yu comforted himself and raised his voice. If any of you dare to move, I'll kill her immediately. Mu Yu quickly retreated with Miao Yuyan without hesitation. The people who came were all at the spirit severing stage and body integration stage. If those tribulation passing stage elders of the Red Dust sect came out, they would be done for. With a tap of his feet, Mu Yu and Miao Yuyan disappeared from where they were standing. Then, runes emerged from his body once again. He had cast an invisibility array, covering the two of them as they disappeared into the night. Although his cultivation level was only at the spirit severing stage, he didn't lack treasures. He was much faster than those at the body integration stage. But Nangong Jing was also very fast and chased after him. Let go of me. Miao Yuyan, who was held hostage by Mu Yu, let out a muffled voice. Mu Yu let go of Miao Yuyan and whispered, "We're on the same boat. Don't cause trouble." Miao Yuyan realized that Mu Yu was helping her cover up, so she didn't do anything. Miao Yuyan hesitated for a moment and said softly, "To the left, the terrain there is steep. It's easier to retreat." Mu Yu turned to the left and went into a stone forest. He waved his hand and a few formation bases were placed on the stone wall. A illusion formation immediately covered the area. At this moment, Nangong Jing charged into Mu Yu's illusion formation and crashed around inside. Mu Yu used this opportunity to shake off Nangong Jing. When Nangong Jing broke free of the illusion formation, Mu Yu and Miao Yuyan were long gone. On a hill far away from the Red Dust sect, Mu Yu and Miao Yuyan sat on the ground. There was a fire in the middle. Xiao Shuai went to hunt a wild rabbit and roast it. That was close, that was close. If that fierce elder Ruo Shu of yours had come, I wouldn't have been able to do anything. Mu Yu grinned as she gave a piece of roasted rabbit leg to Miao Yuyang. Miao Yuyan didn't take it. She stared at Mu Yu from beginning to end. Only now did she speak. "Who are you? Why did you come to our Red Dust sect? Why did you do such despicable things?" Mu Yu patted his head and said helplessly, "I'm not despicable. I just happened to pass by and accidentally fell from the sky." "Nonsense. Our Red Dust sect has a powerful protection formation. No one can come in from the outside, and no one can fall from the sky. You better be honest, or else." "Or else what?" "Or else I'll bite the hand that feeds me. I did help you." Mu Yu didn't care about this at all. After all, she was already wanted by the Red Dust sect as the Flower Bandit. The situation was already very bad. One more person wouldn't make much of a difference. One less person would make a difference. "I don't need your help," Miao Yuyan harumphed. She looked like she was only a few years older than Mu Yu, and her cultivation wasn't as high as Mu Yu's. However, she still looked a little naive. All right. You don't need my help. Once we're done eating, I'll leave. You can go find your little lover, Deadwood Evergreen. I won't disturb you anymore." Mu Yu shrugged and took a bite of meat. However, he glanced at Xiao Shuai and saw that Xiao Shuai didn't eat. He asked curiously, "Xiao Shuai, why aren't you eating? If you eat it, it'll come out of your mouth when we leave and then come back to life. Think about it. If you digest it and turn it into a lump, then what will come out of your mouth?" Xiao Shuai laughed evilly. Mu Yu's face turned green. He hurriedly spat out the meat in his mouth and rinsed his mouth. Xiao Shuai's description was too scary. "Deadwood Evergreen is not my little lover," Miao Yuyan retorted. "Ah, you're not? Aya, then you're Jianying Chenfeng." Mu Yu felt a little sorry for Deadwood Daddy. However, on one side was his master, and on the other side was his Deadwood Daddy. Mu Yu found it hard to decide who he should help. In the end, he decided to let nature take its course and ignore the matter. "What nonsense are you talking about? Jianying Chenfeng is such a great person. How could he know me?" Miao Yuyan glared at Mu Yu. Then do you know Feng Haochen? Mu Yu asked again. Who's Feng Haochen? Why should I know him? Why are you so strange? Miao Yuyan asked, puzzled. Mu Yu opened his mouth. At this time, Miao Yuyan probably hadn't met Feng Haochen yet. Forget it. I don't care who your little lover is. Do you know where people from the Gate of Hell can be found around here? Mu Yu had come here to look for Gui Xiaoming. Speaking of which, whether or not Gui Xiaoming had found out who had stolen Soul Convergence, Mu Yu still didn't know. You're from the Gate of Hell? Miao Yuyan exclaimed. Bah, what the Gate of Hell? Are people from the Gate of Hell as handsome as me? Mu Yu curled his lips. That's true. The Gate of Hell doesn't exist. But you don't either, Miao Yuyan said bluntly. Ari, you. Mu Yu was a little unhappy. Why was his master's wife so direct? It was too hurtful. Anyway, thank you for helping me this time. If you want to find people from the Gate of Hell, I suggest you go to Dingyang City. Every city has a relay station of our 8 gates. Or just go 1,000 miles north and you'll see a sinkhole filled with dark energy. That's the Gate of Hell. Miao Yuyan stood up, then flew into the sky and disappeared. Mu Yu didn't stop her. Originally, he wanted to follow Miao Yuyan to see Deadwood Daddy or his master. But after thinking about it, he decided against it. Right now, finding Gui Xiaoming was more important. He turned his head and saw Xiao Shuai happily gnawing on a rabbit. He asked in surprise, Xiao Shuai, didn't you say that when you eat a rabbit, you'll digest it in your mouth? It's fine. I'm hungry. I don't care anymore. Xiao Shuai's mouth was stuffed with rabbit meat as he mumbled. You're lying to me, right? No, it's true. You must be thinking of keeping this rabbit for yourself. No, the rabbit is too small. I knew you were lying. I want a rabbit leg too. Mu Yu and Xiao Shuai were fighting over the rabbit meat, but a piece of news had already spread like wildfire in the cultivation world. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.